talking monkey とかさ。
Maybe I have a chance. You goddamn crocodile! Go back to the fucking Florida! Go back to the Florida, you fucking
Yes, ancient women. Any woman that is physically above the age of 13 is ancient.
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
Yeah, right. Explain this to me like I'm retarded.
That won't be that hard.
What's up, everybody? Good to see you. Good morning, good evening, or good night, wherever you are. Of course, I'm over here in Asia. This is Illegal Minds, where we teach you to be your own judge, and I'm Andrew Esquire. Hope you guys are having an excellent day today. We're doing good. It's going to be great today. We're going to have a great one. Yes, I know my face. I caught my face in the middle of that exchange. No, I've been doxxed. But we're going to have a great one today. And it's good to see everybody here in the studio with me today. Almost 2,000 of you right now, which is awesome. And I am super excited today because this is something that I have wanted to do for a long time from the beginning of this. And we're going to do it today, and we're going to do it live, right? We're not just going to do it like, oh, well, this is Andrew's this is Andrew pre-recording a video. No, we're doing this live on air together, going through a Nijisanji contract. So this is going to be absolutely great. And this is exclusive to this channel. Nobody else has done it. This is not from anywhere else. This is not something that anybody else has done. So you're just going to see it here on this channel. It's going to be absolutely perfect. Yes. And by the way, I did fix a lot of things about my stream. Let me just also be very, very clear. I was hanging out with some friends last night, so I was maybe drinking. So I might have when I was creating the thumbnails for last night, been a little bit.
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
I was probably like, oh, okay, spelling error here, not thinking about the thumbnail here, but we got it figured out. We got everything figured out. Got it all sorted. So we are we're all sorted today for today. I got my water, which I sorely do need today. So yeah, just understand that. So in terms of if I made a spelling error or whatever, scusi, we're all fixed now. We're all good. We're all good to go. So it'll be really good here today. Let me just say thank you to all the new members. So Albie Rio, appreciate you. Silvery and Dizzle, the Dizzle for Shizzle. Good to see you here today. This should be a fantastic stream and should be absolutely great. And then Darren Bennett says, live stream, let's go. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it just here. Invader Talk says, why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Excuse me, Tuck? Who's buying shoes at the soup store? What? Campbell's? What? The Montesaurus joining as a member. Welcome as a member. Welcome to the RPG, the replay gang level where you have access to a lot of things. Jijumi Smoothie says, I feel like we should be buckling up for a long one. Yeah, so this one, we are going to be going over the contract, and because I'm going to be reading the entire thing, and we're not going to be kind of skipping over anything, we're going to be focusing on it and kind of going line by line. Understand this is going to take a while. This is something that, I would probably, even if I was doing this as part of my work or job, would take a little bit. But since we're doing this, not just in terms of, we're doing this analysis, not just in a vacuum, right? We're doing this in the light of things that have happened over the past couple weeks and even things that have happened historically. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to we'll talk about. And there's a lot of disclaimers I want to get to before we start with this. The first of all is that the first disclaimer is that of course I am not a Japanese attorney, obviously, so I will not be talking about what may or may not be permissible in Japan. But I am talking about it from the perspective of an American lawyer, what would be permissible or non-permissible in America, what I would question it as an American attorney if the VTuber was American. And I'm sure that in Canada, the situation would be similar. And in most Western countries, the analysis would probably be very similar. And also a lot of questions that a judge would be asking if they saw this document. So if this document was hauled in front of an American judge and they were asked, well, what do you think about this agreement? Are we going to uphold this in America? Are we going to enforce something in America? What the question will be on that side and what the answer will be on that side. So we've got that. The other big disclaimer, and this is a giant disclaimer, which I'm going to probably have to repeat more than once because I know the clippers are going to clip certain things I say and they're not going to get this in there, is that this is indeed an unsigned, effectively blank agreement. So because it is unsigned and because it is blank, or relatively blank in certain areas, right? It's not executed. It's not something that's executed by both parties. I haven't seen both parties sign this document. So could it change? Absolutely, right? Any document that is not signed, that is not executed, that is not sealed and verified, right, is something that, well, could have changed, right? So there could have been negotiation. There could have been things that changed. There could have been differences between this version and the final version. This is pretty much the raw, uncut version. Now, even with that disclaimer, which is very necessary, because trust me, guys, as an attorney, I've seen many, many agreements that the draft version or the first version is different than the last version. That said, based on the source of the information and also the way it reads, which we're going to get into, I very much believe this is pretty accurate. So that being said, having read this, I do believe this is accurate. Although the defense could be, hey, this is unsigned, it's unexecuted, right? And therefore, well, it might not be the final version. May or may not be the final version. Okay, I want to get all these things. Member, Noni068, welcome. Appreciate you. Guitar Monster, welcome as a new member. Lance Kurniawan. And one Dick Head. Let's do it. Thank you so much for the 10 gift memberships. To Siggy, good to see you. Praise to be Space King. What's up? Marksman, good to see you, brother. Indulge me. Were you waiting for me to be membership? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Knight says, this is going to be an informative stream, but I really want to know, who did you have to kill to get that contract? Well, I will say this. I can actually say this. I can tell you who didn't give me the contract, right? So I did not get this. So I can say I did not get this from Nux. So I know that some people mentioned that like Nux had company contract. I can say he did not give it to me. So it was not Nux that I got this contract from. But that's all I will say. Ticklet says, if you need to repeat it, why not put it up on screen? That's true. You know what? I'm going to make a banner. Let's just create a banner here real quick. Note, this is an unsigned version of the contract. The signed version may vary significantly. This, if it was signed at all. There you go. So I'm going to make a little ticker so that any clipper has to clip this ticker on the bottom. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Now you're going to have to deal with my ticker. Thank you, Timberland. This is actually a really good idea. Now you got to deal with my note at the bottom. Tech Daddy said, so many people ready to sip or gulp the contract tea. Let's freaking go. Dude, my DMs are blowing up right now. My Discord DMs. People were like, what? You really got this? Yes, I did, actually. Let's see what this contract contains. This Coyote. We're going to get into it real quick. Kevin said, having heard he once lived in Korea, I too know the evil ways of soju. Well, Konbei, my friend. Konbei, I miss my charm. Oh god, I miss my soju nights in Korea where I would go out to the GS25 and mix the cup of ice with like the random juice packets they have in soju. It was really good. It was really good. Oshino says, I finally finished the base list. If you have a few minutes to check it out, had to retry the memes at the close. So I'll do that at the end, actually, Oshino, because your base list was fucking awesome. So I will pull that up towards the end, because that'll be a fun one. Thank you for that. Tech Daddy said 8 minutes and 3,000 watching. Yes, it's going to be great. Cleric, welcome as a new member. And put a disclaimer on the stream for Stalls Clippers. Yes. So now we've got it. So this is like the most important disclaimer. And also for all those that may get salty or say, oh, well, Andrew, you're disclosing something, right? There's, NDA. It's not signed, right? So if it's not signed, there's no duty. If it's not the signed version, there's no duty to not disclose or to disclose, right? It's an unsigned version. So get bent. For the Space King. Yes, what's up, Nick Cruiser? Good to see you. And by the way, that's the Nijisanji defense, because the Nijisanji defense squad, I'll just give them their argument, right? So like, I'm going to give the Nijisanji any color defenders your best argument, which to debunk all of this. They can just say this. They can say, well, it's not signed. So, it's not the signed version. That's their defense. That's their best defense. Their number one defense. So, there you go. There you go, Nijisan NDF. You've got your argument. Can it be certified as a real template? I'm not. Who certifies? Who's the certifier? Right. I think it's reliable, but I'll let you guys judge for yourself. Sophie says, hail from the 199. Can you share your journey to get a V2 model? I want to get one at least 2D. Can't wait for your copyright video 101. Hail. Yes. Welcome. And last, BG Corp says, VTuber world reminds me of wrestling. Heels versus faces. WWE owning a wrestler's IP, promotions telling you who you can and can't work with, VTubers with wrestler personalities. It's great. It's beyond that. It's far beyond that. It's international in this case. Now, let's frickin' go. So we're going to start out here with this. Once again, all disclaimers in place. And, that said, let's just jump right into it. So we have here... I will show. Yeah, that'll work. So we've got the contracts. Dun, dun, dun. Here we go, guys. All right. Let me hide myself in the corner. This is going to be better. All right, cool. And enhance. That'll work out really well. Okay, cool. So here we go. That's better. Can I get like 200% here? We got like 205 maybe. There you go. That's better. Okay. Got it. All right. So here we go with the contracts. All right. So one of the first things we will start with is just the title. So one thing that I have people constantly saying here is VTubers are not employees. VTubers are independent contractors. VTubers are doing XYZ, right? And one of the biggest things that you can look at in this analysis is not just what they call it, because you can call an agreement anything. I can call it the Zippity Doo-Dah Express Agreement. But if it is about employment, it is an employment contract. And you don't look at just the title. You look at what does the agreement do? What is the function of the agreement? Is it making a person, another human, doing employment type things? So this is the analysis as we look through this entire agreement. Is this something that looks like an independent contractor, somebody that might be working of their own volition, independently, doing a project, setting their own schedule, doing their own training, controlling when and where and how they do things? Or is this an employee, which is more of someone's bitch? And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. I know, it can sound, okay, I'm being a little hyperbolic there, but when you're an employee, you are at the beck and call of your employer, right? Your employer is the one who tells you, go there, do this, do that. So when we look at this, a lot of the NDF, a lot of the folks that are defending Nijisanji say, well, they're all contractors, right? Well, we're going to look through this and say, are they indeed contractors? First of all, do they use the language contractor? right? Do they have a specific provision talking about being independent contractors? Is it in there? Is it not in there? Even if they do have that in there, that doesn't save them. We'll look at, hey, how are they controlling these people? What are they getting? What are they telling them to do? And once we analyze the entire thing, we'll put that together and say, okay, is this name they're calling it business entrustment agreement? Is that accurate, or is that just a bunch of BS from
パーキングモンキーとかさ。
like what's going on here? So this is the first thing that jumped out at me immediately was the title, because I don't think this is an accurate title as to what this is. And as we'll see, there's other details here, but it could be very, very much just entitled employment agreement. But we'll get through that. We'll see that. We'll do that analysis as we work this together. Real quick, Charlie Spurs says, please, you have to look up I Am the Soup. It's 30-second video and explains the soup. Thanks. Okay, let me pull that up after. Sylphie says, so this is sensitive but unclassified. This is something that will piss off Nijisanji, but I mean, this is the unsigned version, so they've got no claim as to this being a confidential document or top secret or whatever else. Any Color Inc. So Any Color Inc. being the party A, and then party B, which could be anybody, right? It's fill in the blank, right? Entered into the following agreement here referred to as the agreement. So throughout this entire thing, this entire document, you are going to see party A and party B. This is why I called this a template. Some people got mad at me when I used the word template. The reason why I do that is this is pretty much a fill in the blank. This black box can be filled in with anybody's name. It's not specific to one person. And this is why I think this agreement, and this is why I believe this agreement was used for everybody in the corporation. I believe a similar form was used for Doki, right? For Zion, for Vox, for Alira, for everybody, right? Everybody in Nijisanji, Ike, everybody. I think all Nijisanji probably has the same thing. Why do I say that? I say that because I was a corporate attorney, and I'm going to tell you something about attorneys that they don't like to tell you. Attorneys are really fucking lazy. They're lazy. Just like you guys that are a bunch of
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
lawyers aren't that far off. We don't want to work super, super hard. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. So we constantly are using templates. We're constantly using forms and just filling it in for people because it saves us time. You don't want to draft a unique contract every single time. You want to use a form and you want to keep using the form. It's more efficient and saves you money. It saves you time. Plus, let's look at Nijisanji. Let's look at their history. These are the same. This is the same people in the same company that was trying to hire legal support for literally $7.40 an hour in 4 languages, mind you. So why would I believe they're super customizing everything? No, this really does lead me to believe with this format that this is just a fill in the blank. And by the way, I know what you guys are saying. It's efficiency, not lazy. Yes, yes, yes. It's two sides of the same coin, right? Like efficient and lazy are two sides of the same coin. Whatever, right? And I've done it. I say it. I've done it. I use templates. Now, a lot of times I spent hours and hours making the template. So for the first customer, for the first client, I might spend 3 days making the template. Maybe I literally spend 48 hours of work, of real work, not just like counting sleep time. I mean, like that's the amount of work I'm spending on something. And then that's the first time I use it, but then I use it 100 times. And, that's fine. That's normal. Spike Man says, I can't believe Party A and Party C hated Cardi B so much to leak this. So many instances. Yes, true. Does that mean the leakers say, well, we're not going to see any names in this. There's going to be no names as this document. So, and I'll just say this, this was done after discussion. We'll put that. Let's end on after discussion, right? So Makasha says 0 likelihood that a multi-billion-dollar company would actually do customized contracts with literal who's templates will almost all the way to go. Yeah, of course, right? Like I doubt that when they're hiring dozens of different VTubers, they're going to each customize a contract. These people aren't Bon Jovi. It's not contracting with like people that are established in the industry, right? Maybe that's about Justin Bieber or something like that. Somebody who's Taylor Swift, right? If someone's trying to, when Disney was trying to negotiate with Taylor Swift, yeah, that's a custom contract, right? Because that's a very specific circumstance. But a random VTuber, especially somebody who's coming up, is not going to merit that level of analysis. Is not going to merit thousands of dollars of legal analysis. No, they're going to use a template. They're going to fill in a name, and you're going to sign it, right? And they're going to tell you sign the agreement, or no deal, right? That's the practical reality that happens. They say with a job, if you guys are going to start a job and they give you an employment contract, and it's the employment contract for a major company, and you say, hey, I want to negotiate the contract, they're just going to say, no, you don't get to negotiate the contract. You sign it, you start working with us, or you go, right? Tinklin says, to be honest, and to ensure impartiality, it might be good to eventually take a look at other VTuber contracts. Should also shut up any NDF accusations of biasness, assuming you can get them. Yeah, if I have access to them, I will. And if anybody else from any other companies wants to forward me their contract, I'll look at it. Now, I can understand why they would or would not want to do that, right? But, of course, yeah, they could do that. I'm open to looking at other contracts, and I'm open to seeing whether this, in comparison, is bad or not bad, right? Kiro says, did you know that Any Color just got called out again for not paying an artist, this time a Japanese one? The artist got a lawyer and deleted the tweet. Oh, really? Interesting. Well, they just keep digging themselves in, boys. All right. So this is an agreement regarding Party B's live streaming activities, including uploading a video. Now, already you can see the Japanese side here. So look at this language, uploading a video, like a video, a singular video. That grammar there indicates to me that the person that was writing this may have been written by somebody in Japanese and translated over to English, right? So stuff like that, I'm like, okay, is that accurate there? Like, is that accurate there? Very interesting. Uploading a video. Recording activities, creation of work, and entertainment as a VTuber. Okay? Now, we're going to have to go through the definitions. Now, I know this may be boring, but what I'm going to tell you guys is this. The definition section in any contract is one of the most important sections, because definitions are used over and over and over again. So you need to understand what a definition is, because it's not just simply one thing. It's multiple things. It's going to be used in multiple provisions, multiple places. So it's important to know how things are defined, right? It says the definitions of terms used in this agreement shall be set forth in the following items. The interpretation of the definitions in the agreement that are not set forth herein shall be in accordance with the civil code, which do they define civil code? Let's see. They don't define civil code. Oh my God. This is stupid. This is dumb. All right. So this is really dumb. This is a legal fuck up. Copyright law, right? And other laws and regulations. Now, this is really dumb because they don't say which civil code, right? Which civil code? I'm assuming they mean Japanese civil code. I'm assuming they mean Japanese civil code. I'm assuming they mean Japanese copyright law, but they didn't specify that, and they didn't create a definition for that, which is dumb and a little bit careless on their part, right? Somebody asks, is this available online? No, this is not available online. It's available on this channel, which people will clip. And by the way, I've said this, everybody has full permission to clip this, to clip my videos, not to re-upload the video, but to clip the video. Full permission. Dickhead gives 5 legal mindset memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, and appreciate everybody in this chat who is just sitting here waiting for me to,
Yeah, right. Explain this to me like I'm retarded.
That won't be that hard.
Good to see 5,000 people here. Make sure you guys will smash the like button for this analysis. The only place you're going to get this on the internet. Mark's 117B. Make sure you guys, thank you. Welcome as a member. Vanonymous says the Niji rabbit hole never ends, does it? Oh, no, the train keeps going. Naga Chona says, facts I made up. Not liking the video keeps you at 39 IQ. Don't take the risk and like the stream. Guys, 39 IQ emojis in the chat for the members. I want to see that there with the members. Those 39 IQ emojis dropping. Thank you, guys. Audio Inject with 5 Legal Monster memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Audio Inject, and all of those that are supporting the channel and that have supported me over the past couple weeks. I really appreciate all y'all. You guys are freaking awesome, and it's great to be part of this community. I will say that. All right, moving on. So obviously we have these that needed to be defined. They're not. The individual agreement means the agreement entered into by and between party A and party B with respect to this agreement and the program. Okay. So the individual agreement means really this agreement. So that's pretty accurate. So when they say agreement, individual agreement, that's going to fall pretty close here. Performance means acting, dancing, musical performance, singing, reciting, declaiming, and or performing in any other ways of work, including similar acts which do not involve performance of a work, but which have the nature of public entertainment. So pretty much performance is going to cover everything they do. So even anything that a VTuber does, like acting, dancing, music performance, singing, reciting, declaiming, performing, and anything which is the nature of public, this is a very broad definition. It's important when you look at definitions, say, is this broad? Does it have space to be broad? Anything that publicly entertains, so watching games, etc., right? That's very broad definition. Important to do that. Phonograms. Okay. Now, sometimes you'll see boomer shit in here and you'll be like, what the is this going? Phonogram. Phonogram means fixations of sounds on phonographic discs, recording tapes, and other forms of tangible medium, excluding, however, those fixations of sound that are intended to be replayed exclusively with images. Very interesting. So watch out for the phonograms, guys. You know, they may be coming up with your horse and buggy, right? With your phonogram. Program means the programs related to various performances by the VTuber or other performances planned by party A in the event the name or context of the program is changed for whatever reason. The program after such change shall be included. Okay. So pretty much any performance is a program. So the anything that's publicly entertaining is a program. Okay, so this is pretty much almost all the shit they're gonna do, right? Is covered by that. VTuber, very important to define what a VTuber is. A performer mainly live streaming or uploading videos in a video hosting service. So obviously this is another definition. As the character, so they call it a character. So for those that want to know what it is, the character is another important definition. Designated by party A. So that means Nijisanji. Party A, remember, is any color Nijisanji. Images means videos, images, audios, content. Distribution of contents means live streaming or uploading of images on the video hosting account provided by party A. Video hosting account, this is very important, means the account designated by A. So once again, are we already seeing as we're going through this, are we already seeing a level of control that's being exerted by them? They're designating these things. They're setting up these things. They're controlling these things. Who controls the accounts? Clearly, even in the definitions, we haven't gotten to the actual beef. We're in the definitions right now. And it's clear from the definitions that Nijisanji, Any Color Inc., is in the driver's seat. They're the ones controlling. They're the ones with the power here. We haven't even started this. We haven't even got, this is the definition section. And this is clear yet. This is completely clear. So This is very important. This is very, very important for you guys to see. And it really materially matters if you're looking at it from an employment context, right? As an employment context, employer, employee. Just reading the definitions, I would have, if I was a judge in America, I would look at this and say, this is an employment contract. And mind you, as we went over in one of my previous streams, in some states, you have to get employment contracts, the form of which approved, right? Or those would be subject to, if it's involving labor, local labor laws, local labor restrictions. And some of these things that are in here might not jive, might not fit with American labor regulations. You might say, well, this is not permissible to do to employees in America. No, right? Depends on where they are, depends on what state they're in. Hypothetically, of course. And real quick, let's see. I always have to explain subrogation to clients. That's a good one. They could use a clearer term, but they have to be all fancy and obfuscate the concept. And I will say, as a lawyer, I am very much against confusing people unnecessarily. I think it's stupid. I think it's dumb. And I think it is unnecessary, right? It's unnecessary to confuse people. You should use as simple language as possible. Totally agree with that. Okiaro says the contract strongly appears to be machine translated, working with AI translation a lot. I can see the machine in it, and that's not a compliment. That's bad. Because remember, a judge is going to look at the English version. They're not going to look at the Japanese version. They're going to say, this is what you gave, because there's oftentimes requirement that you need to translate the contract for it to be enforceable. If you're trying to enforce something in Japanese and have someone sign a Japanese contract that can't even understand it, that in the US, in America, they would wipe their butt with that and throw it out because they don't understand what they're agreeing to. And the whole point of a contract, the principle behind a contract, is you assent to it. You understand it. And if it's fundamentally in a language that you don't understand, or using, complicated Japanese legal language in, kanji, hiragana, katakana that you don't understand, yeah, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. So whether or not this was machine translated, AI translated, or translated by a $7.40 intern, regardless of what it was, like those typos, they're going to be held to that. This English version would be would be the thing that the American or Western judge looks at, right? Muzzy Skeleton with 50 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you so much, my brother, for hooking it up and for helping out this channel. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate all you guys supporting the channel. It's how I can do this day to day. Yami says, if you sign an X country, wouldn't it hold up as being civil code for that country, given it's not stated? We're going to talk about that because there's a provision we'll get to, which is choice of law. And when we get to choice of law, with the choice of law provision, we'll talk about whether or not they would actually hold this up in that country. There's a debate. There's a debate whether or not it will be enforceable in that country. We'll get to that. Okay. So we know video hosting means the account that's created. So video hosting is probably YouTube. Could be Twitch, though. Could be other platforms, wherever they're streaming, right? Character means the character separately designated. So it's not even talked about here, which actually is a huge risk for Nijisanji. Because Nijisanji, let me put it this way. Nijisanji not mentioning what the character is, who the character is, whatever, that's actually a problem. Because they should put that in there to make it very, very clear that, hey, this is for X character, but they don't do that, right? That actually is a little bit of a risk. They should put that in there. That's actually sloppy. And it's actually lazy, to be honest. Very, very lazy. Luis has a good question. So a performing on a live audience, conventions, tweeting, or audio activities does not count as VTuber. No, that would. So a performance, see, it doesn't talk about when they define performance, Luis, they don't talk about here whether it's live in person or not. It's just is it public entertainment. Public entertainment could be electronic or it could be in person. It doesn't require you to be there. And then with this, VTuber says the performer mainly live streaming, uploading videos, but not exclusively. So mainly means chiefly, means primarily, but it doesn't mean exclusively. So that's a very important use of the word there, mainly, right? Nick Cruiser says, prudent legal strategy dictates opt for sufficient veracity over convoluted verbosity. Abso-fucking-lutely, Nick. You've been around for a while. You know what's up. I like the Spike Man. What's up, brother? And I will answer your email, by the way, Spike Man. I haven't had a chance. I've been busy, obviously, with this. So I will get back to you, bro. Looks like a runoff in District 23, Texas. AK guy might have a chance. Happy Super Tuesday. I'm going to sit back and enjoy my popcorn. Seems like I'm in for a long one. Indeed, you are. Indeed, you are. And then Weird says, did you check out Flash Kid Space King? No, I guess I have to check that out. I will. Willery says, Off-Kai Expo just canceled an EGN appearance 2 days ago. Also, Any Color stock just entered a lone march in trading territory. Oh, no. Oh, no. This will not be good for Niji. This will not be good for Niji. All right, let's continue. Social media account means accounts designated by A. Once again, designated by A. Look at that language. Look at that language. It's controlled. They control the social media. For the purpose of disseminating information on social media as a part of the VTubing activities, such accounts in the name of the character on Facebook, Twitter, and other external services. So social media controlled by Nijisanji. Social media disseminating means blogging, tweeting, writing, or the dissemination of information as the character on social media. VTuber training program. This is huge. This, guys, is massive. Why is this massive? Whenever you put somebody through a training program and you control their training, training is a key element of making somebody an employee. When you are training them, when you are holding a training, and it says right here that the main party is conducting the training to instruct the VTuber on the standards and precautions to be observed in conducting VTuber activities. Training is going to look like an employee. That is a massive one. That one right there. I was like, oh, so you're requiring them to attend your training. Yeah, that is gonna be looking more like an employee. It's going to be looking a lot more like an employee if I was an American judge looking at that. By the way, what's up, False? I see you in the chat. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to clip, my good friend. Clip away. Clip away. All right. Materials means smartphones, applications, software related to the program, systems, materials, and other things necessary for VTuber activities. So pretty much, this is interesting. So when they say they control your materials, they also are going to exert control over your smartphone. Think about that, guys. Now think about that real quick. So materials, when they're going to talk about what they control with materials, right? It's going to be what relates to that. So just understand that's a big one here. That's a big one here, because if they control your phone, it's all those text messages, right? Anything you sent from that can get cracked open. Account means your video hosting account and social media accounts. Account information means the user ID and password, right? So you're going to see, obviously, who controls the user ID and password. Surprise, surprise, it's going to be Nijisanji, right? External services means services provided by other providers that are used for the implementation of activities under the program. So this is an interesting one. This one, external services, very interesting. This is probably artists. Oh, by the way, I see we're clopping in the chat. Rima, hi, how are you doing? How are you doing? Clop, clop for Rima in the chat, guys. Triple A's, 5 legal mindset memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Patrick, good question. Which party is responsible for the translation of legal documents? If one party does not comprehensively understand the words on paper, the party that wants the agreement to be enforced, because here's the thing, Patrick. Usually, and this is a great question. Usually in a situation like this, one party has a greater incentive for there to be a contract than the other. In this case, the employer, who is the one who wants them to follow all these rules to make all these designations, has a greater incentive to have the document accurately translated than the employee. And because of that, this shit is on Nijisanji. It's clearly on Nijisanji. It is Nijisanji's job to have an accurate translation. If this is not a good document, that's on any color. That's not on the employee. The employee didn't create this document. Obviously, the VTuber didn't do that. I say employee because based on this section so far, they look like an employee. I don't even need to go further to say they look like an employee, but we're going to go deeper, guys. This is just a tip, just to see how it feels. But yeah, it's clearly on Nijisanji here. Killer Turtles. I like turtles. Welcome. I like the Spikeman says horse, tan cat, and purple man are here. Boy, are we cooking. Oh yeah. One dickhead says, man, I would never sign that. You're not, dude, you haven't even seen. We're just starting. Dickhead, this is the tip, man. This is a tip. Feed sniffer. Oh, let me go for this.
Disgusting.
Okay. Now that that's been said, legal. I want to super chat when Kirsch is on, but my girlfriend was in the room, listened to 2 seconds of the stream, and fell into a loop of why I don't understand. I don't like it. As I attempted to explain VTubing. Oh my God. So this is actually funny. Let me just explain this to you guys real quick. So lately, I've had people asking me about my YouTube channel here in Thailand. You guys know I live here. I do like immigration work, U.S. immigration stuff, and I'm doing other work here in Thailand. And I have a business here. And people will be like, "Oh, what's your channel about?" And I'm like, "Oh, follow me. It's fine." And they're like, "What is this anime stuff you're doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, sit down, have a beer. Let me explain this to you. Let me send you down a rabbit hole. Let me show you some Phase Connect waifus." It's very fun. It's a fun rabbit hole. And then Zin says, "What are the odds they're forcing streamers to handle their own tax withholdings like contractors instead of employees here in the US?" Hi, we'll deal with that, Zin. We're going to deal with that in future sections. We're not even there yet. This is literally section 1, guys. This is section 1. Okay. So mind you, we talk about external service providers, we are talking about artists. So why is this relevant? Well, when we talk about the situation like Doki, right? And once again, I'm not trying to implicate Doki here personally. I'm just saying if this is a Nijisanji contract, this applies for everybody who was there. So it's applied to Doki when she was there. Would have applied to, like I said, Alira, Ike, Vox, Zion, everybody who was there, right? So everybody who was there would probably have a similar thing. So the question is with external services, what do they say about paying external services, right? Artists, because that's one of the big contentions here. External terms of use means terms of use and conditions set forth in the relationship between party B and the external service provider. Intellectual rights means copyrights, patent rights, model utility rights, trademark rights, design rights, and other intellectual property rights, including the right to acquire such rights to apply for registration. Confidential information refers to all technological, business, operations, finance, and others related to Party B that are provided with or disclosed by Party A in writing, orally, in a recorded medium, or become aware of in connection with the agreement, individual agreements, the program, provided that, except for information that was already generally known to the public or was known to Party B at the time Party B provided with and disclosed to Party A became known to Party B, and information that has been public knowledge through publications, other media after Party B has been involved or disclosed to Party A, or has become aware of such information through reasons not attributable to Party B. Information lawfully obtained by Party B from a third party who is authorized to provide and disclose it without being obligated to maintain confidentiality. Information developed by Party B independently without use of confidential information, or information which Party B has received written confirmation from Party A that confidentiality is not required. A lot of stuff there, guys. A lot of stuff there. That is a very standard confidentiality clause, right? It's trying to be as broad as possible, while carving out obvious exceptions. So things that are known to the public are obviously never going to be confidential. Things that are disclosed willingly are not going to be confidential. Things that are not at the time confidential, things that were given by a third party are not confidential. So yeah, that's what's confidential there. Now, I will say one thing about confidential information. This is very important, is that obviously there's a limit, right? It doesn't go forever, right? Not everything, is confidential. And certainly, and here's a big one in America, and this is very big, This is huge. If there is something that is wrong, for example, if there's employee harassment, if there's a labor dispute, if there's perhaps discrimination based on age, race, sex, disability, all that confidentiality is going to go right out the window in America. I don't know about Japan. I'm not a Japanese lawyer. Full disclosure, not a Japanese lawyer. But all this confidentiality stuff, in the case of a labor dispute, in the case of a party which is saying, I am under unfair working conditions, that's all going to go out. You cannot hide behind, oh, well, it's all confidential, so therefore we can't. Nope. In a labor dispute, that's not going to happen. Right? In America. And I'm talking American law. I'm not talking about no Japanese law. And, you know, some VTubers are in places like Canada, America, other places that are not going to apply Japanese law, especially for an employment agreement. America. All right. Let's get into it. Purpose. The purpose of this agreement. I like this. Hold on. ADS Drift said, would external services apply? Let's go back up real quick. External services. Would external services apply to digital distributors of their music, i.e. Spotify or Game Steam to facilitate? It could. Yes. It's broad enough that it could apply because Steam is a service, right? So obviously what they're going to try to say is that this could override, right? So like this agreement is meant to override probably the terms and services of the external parties, external services. So that's probably what they're meaning here. I like this. Jake CV said, Japanese lawyer, objection. Yes, they're allowed to. They're allowed to try to object. But once again, in America, we follow American law. Plans for WW and future streams for DTV. Yeah, sure. I'll stream with anybody about VTuber stuff. The true stuff set you free. Niji is shaking now. I mean, they're probably going to be pretty worried about this. I'm not going to lie. This is probably going to upset them a little. Just a little. Just like a tiny bit. Just saying. Luig says, wait, does this mean if a company has a confidentiality clause and that it provides to an entity outside the agreement, it doesn't violate it? Yeah, if you willingly disclose something or publicly disclose something or reveal it to a third party, like that is going to just undermine your confidentiality clause because you're not treating the document as confidential. Muta says the number of definitions in the section that using the term defined within the definition is highly irritating. Oh, that's actually not that odd. It's not that odd for the definition one. Weird says, could you get Mike on to look at this? He's free to come on with me anytime he wants. I like Mike. Iron Mexican Iron Man. Cool guy. Not Batman says, since the talent's personal social media accounts don't seem to be addressed in the definitions. Yes, they are. Not Batman. Yes, they are. Right here. Social media. Accounts designated. Oh, wait, hold on. They're personal. Sorry. I'm still waking up here. Let me get more of this water here. Accounts designated for, let's see, in the name of the character. So this does not include, very good point, does not include their PL stuff. Very good point. How would a contract like this one affect which talent can and can't do with their We haven't seen anything yet, have we? Have we seen anything here yet about personal? We have not. Now we'll have to get to those sections, right? But we have not. Very good question, not Batman. Very smart. Very good. You're the world's finest detective here. Thank you for that. Definitely not. Definitely not.
パーティングモンキーとかさ。
Way higher IQ. You guys are way higher IQ. That's why I like you guys in the chat. You guys are super high IQ. All right. So, during the term of the agreement, B shall exclusively be the VTuber of party A, right? So, all right, this is important, guys. It's important for a lot of reasons. Okay? So here's why this is important. Number one, this is probably the most bulletproof reason why this is an employee. An employee is exclusive. An employee cannot work anywhere else. A contractor can work wherever the fuck they want to work, right? But this is not what we see here. What we see here is they are an exclusive VTuber. That looks like ding, 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 an employee. This looks like an employee to me. This is an analysis. So what does that do, guys? Once again, this pulls us under labor law. So there are some places where this agreement would be completely thrown out because they did not get approval for this agreement under the local labor law or local labor rules in America, right? Maybe it doesn't, it's not following local provisions. This is a big one. The exclusivity, the judge looking at this in America will look at this, and regardless of whatever the hell else it says, would say they don't have the ability to do anything else. They're not a contractor. Sorry, employee confirmed. An American judge, once again. To do the duties set forth as VTuber duties for party A or third party designated by party A is important. So they've got to work for Nijisanji, any color, or anybody they tell them to work for. So if Nijisanji said, you need to dance for Sony, right? They have to do that. They don't have a choice. I'm going to try to get this a little bit. I want to get the perfect zoom. There you go. Perfect. That's perfect. They have to do it. And they have to follow the instruction of party A. So they're under the control. They shall not perform these without prior approval. So they can't even do what they want to do. This purpose, the purpose, Article 2, combined with Article 1, just makes them 100% employee. There's no pretending anymore, right? Can they work outside of it? Not VTubing. Not doing anything close to VTubing. They can work as like a taco flipper, but they can't work as a VTuber. Make a bingo card. We're already on page 2. Yeah, it's definitely great. Let me get these here. Hayami says, for materials owned by Nijisanji, does this mean they own a smartphone software or applications that the talent bought themselves for prior to signing? We'll talk about that because we're going to get into that, Hayami, when we get into the clause where they pay for stuff and the ownership of stuff. There is a separate clause for that. So we are going to talk about that, but that is a concern, right? The concern is, well, what are you going to exert your control over? Are you going to try to control stuff that you didn't actually pay for just because it might be used in this work, right? What? Raider says, as a referee in the U.S., which is treated as an independent contractor, if we were made exclusive to a venue or company, we wouldn't be contractors. I feel like the same thing applies here. It does. Raider, you're entirely right. If you were an exclusive referee for one venue, you're the employee of that venue. Like, that's the way that works. That's the definition of employee. It's what an employee is. Regina, welcome as a member. Appreciate you. And then Crimson Plot, ding, 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 ding. Ninja gave confidential information to other VTubers. Well, that's what it looked like in the Doki case. Of course, we don't know that for sure. It's implied. Right? That's implied. All right. Content of VTubing. The content of VTubing is performing of the distribution of contents. Now, guys, you remember when I said this is where the definitions come in, okay? So let's review here. Let's do a little homework, right? Distribution of contents. What does that mean? Distribution of contents. Where was that? Here we go. Here we go. Distribution of contents means live streaming. Okay. Performing the live streaming. Okay. So that's what we have there. Performing the live streaming. Performing the social media disseminating. So, okay, posting on Twitter, posting on Facebook, posting on Twitch, right? This is the scope of their job. So this is literally right here. This is the job. This is why this is super important. This is what their job is. Performance and appearance on television, radio, records, videos, movies, plays, concerts, etc. So not just live streaming, not just social media, but technically their job, they can make them, right? Because they can direct them to perform on TV, radio, records, videos, movies, plays, and concerts, commercials. So they technically have the ability, and don't read ahead. I see you guys reading ahead. Hey, no reading ahead. No reading ahead. Bad class. Bad.
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
No reading ahead. How dare you do your homework? How dare you? Oh, I like you. I love you guys. I appreciate you. Smash the like button. We got 6,000 people here watching today. Please like the video. Please share this out. Please drop a hater comment or a lover comment below, whether you're on the replay or whether you're here live. I appreciate all you guys. We're at 6,000 people and only 1,700 likes. I mean, should we even get to if we don't get to 2,000 likes, is life even worth continuing at this point? Like, if we're not at 2,000 likes, I think it's all over for me. It's really all over, guys. It's all over for me. RIP my stream. I don't get a like here. I get 2,000. Dr. Squirrel says, joining late and trying to catch up. You've been covering VTubers and agriculture lately. You should watch anime Perfect Blue if you haven't already been enjoying the streams. I have. I actually like Perfect Blue. It's very good anime. So yes, I do like that. I do indeed like that. All the big VTubers are here. Rima, depressed. Yes. And I know more will be following. Professor Keem says, I need more popcorn. Yes. Stock up. We're starting here, guys. We're an hour in and we're in section 3. We're in section 3 right now. Okay. We're not even done yet. Exclusive says, sound like a Disney/RCID police department. Yeah, it's sounding like that, right? What the hell? Why would you sign this? Good questions. Very good questions. 1,000 Rogue Leader says, certain VTubers working for FaZe Connect continue to use their past life VTuber accounts even while employed. I guess contractors why. Maybe, yeah. And I haven't seen a FaZe contract. I would love to see one. I mean, if Sakana wants to forward one over, I would review it privately or publicly, up to him. But yeah, how dare they not click like?
Disgusting.
I know. How dare you? How dare you? Nick Cruiser, thank you for the 20 Legal Mindset memberships. Appreciate you very much. And then Raphael last before we keep going here. We're already seeing some of the stuff we've never seen before here. I haven't heard of a VTuber that is allowed to be a different VTuber somewhere else. Maybe there's isolated cases. I don't know about. Yeah. I don't. I mean, there are cases. We covered the Rusia case, and Rusia was clearly having several characters she was piloting at the same time. So like Rusia, for example, is a good one of somebody that was clearly had a non-exclusive contract there. So she was doing several things, including her indie thing and her other things as well. If Niji made this for VTubers in the US, sounds like they're pretty well behind on withholding tax payments to the IRS, giving them this classification. Yes, big issue. And once again, Muta, very good point. If they are trying to skirt U.S. tax law, a U.S. attorney, a U.S. judge is not going to look kindly upon that. So he says, weeb. Yes. Crimson Plot, welcome as a new member. Appreciate you. VChojo is so loose, I forget it's an agency. Yeah, there you go. And then let's see. How hungry for money do you have to be to sign this contract? Well, I think people want to make their big break, and they're willing to sign anything, including things that are kind of tough. And Matt Uzalis says, in regards to the black stream, considering Niji owns and controls the talent's channel and have left the video up, not to mention all the collabs must be signed off on, are Niji actually removed from what the talent said? No, not at all. In fact, because Nijisanji appears to control what they do and control their social media, that would put them on the hook. So because Nijisanji, for example, let's apply this to Vox Akama, Alira, and Ike. Because they control everything they do. They are responsible for the message from Nijisanji EN. Let me say this again. Nijisanji, because they are the employer under the analysis of U.S. law. They would be an employer. They would be responsible under a U.S. analysis to be beholden for what they do to their employees and what they have their employees do. They're telling them to do it. They're saying, go do it. So they would be responsible for that. Sage, welcome as a new member. Semi Eclectic says, not the IRS, not even the Joker screws them. Do not screw with the IRS, guys. Do not pay your taxes. Be good boys and girls. Kenneth, welcome as a new member. Lighton says, this makes my head spin. Can you explain it to me in caveman? Hold on. You mean?
Yeah, right. Explain this to me like I'm retarded. That won't be that hard.
I got you, bro. I got you. So quite simply, this clause here, the content clause, is explaining their job. So pretty much everything they're doing or could do, including anything IRL, they could actually force. So under this contract, Nijisanji, Any Color Inc., could force a VTuber to dox themselves. So under the literal reading of this contract, let me zoom in for you guys. This clause here, they can force them to dox themselves, to perform on TV, radio, records, videos, movies, plays, concerts, commercials. Where does it say they have to perform as a VTuber, whatever? Right? They could technically do that. Technically. Now, would they? No, probably not. But they technically could. They technically could, right? Technically, right? Because they could say, oh, you've got to go on television, right? And they can force you to go on a third party, right? So, oh, you've got to go on Japanese TV, NHC, right? That's what it says right here. They can force them to go on TV, right? They shall. Shall means must, guys. Shall means must. Party B shall perform the duties in Article 3. This is Article 3. They shall go on TV. Look at this. Conducting press. Oh, look at this. Conducting press conferences. The press conference on YouTube. They can tell them to do that. So even if Alira volunteered for it, it's not even a volunteer. It's we can just tell you to do it, right? So, it's kind of your job to do the press conference. It doesn't say as the character. Now, some people say, oh, it's as, no, where does it say that? Where does it say as the character? Does it say as the character? Let's go back up. Let's actually check out VTuber activities. Let's see. VTuber means performer, blah, blah, blah. Forming as a character, but it doesn't say activities. So what I'm saying is that they could force them to do this. This. And also, check this one out. There's a catch-all. Any other matters ancillary or related to the above. This is what we call a catch-all term, number 5. And this is pretty damn broad. It's pretty damn broad. Right? So, yes. This can they do the conference in blackface? And they could tell them to. They could tell them to. Whether they decide to do it is up to them. It's crazy, right? Matt says, I'm also talking Japanese laws as they signed a non-disclosure to Doki. It was not the talent's personal channels and socials. Well, we're going to see. I mean, look, if there can be separate agreements. So this is another thing, guys. This is another important disclosure. Okay? So there could be separate documents, extra documents they make them sign. I don't have any extra other documents they make them sign. I only have this one related to this. So this is what I have for this, right? That's what I have for this. So this is specific to this, right? So I don't know about anything else they may have done above and beyond this. Catching up on the stream, signing this contract is a death sentence. Yeah, it's pretty strict. Would that be vicarious liability? Yes, you're paying attention. Mitchie, yes, vicarious liability. They know. They're just the agent, right? You're just telling them what to do and they're doing it. VTuber is defined as the person, not the character. Yep. Yeah, see, VTuber, let's go back here, means the performer. Mainly live streaming. See, this is the other thing, guys. Look at this. Mainly live streaming, but not exclusively. Do you guys understand that? This is the importance because thank you, professional gentleman, once again being a professional gentleman, because it is mainly, but not exclusively. So because it doesn't say exclusively, only live streaming as the character, It's not limited. It can include the performer. The definition, it means the performer, the person themselves, the pilot. They can force that pilot to do what they want, including forcing that pilot to go to a press conference, to give a press conference. Voluntold, made into media puppets. Yes, vindication. Indeed. If this is Niji's, I'm terrified of whackers. Oh my God. I don't even want to know, man. No, I missed the 1 hour of lecture. Yes. Lily Skewer says how the VTubing industry treats its talents reminds me of how Disney sabotaged the career of voice actors for Snow White so people would only associate her with her voice with his take on the character. Yes, very much true. The Gibster says, objection! You told us to do our homework. You get mad at everyone for reading ahead. Contradicting for statement warrants forgiving us. No, I will not forgive any of you. In fact, you know what, Gibster?
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
There will be no forgiveness here. I like the Spike Man says, the horse, the purple journal, the tin cat, and the sad bunny. Just missing the cockatoo, the pale psycho, the Ralph escapee, and the universe collides Asman. Oh, they'll get there. I think this one may get to Asman. On the materials the talent bought themselves with the contract, we'll talk about that when we get to that section, Hayami. And definitely employed play a company. Okay. Awesome. Oh, let me get this one. Grandmaster Pie says the confidentiality section is third party, also tend to mean immediate family in all regards of the special carve outs. Nope, it would be including your immediate family. So if your family, your wife, whatever, is not party to the agreement, so you telling your wife or husband, whatever, would be a third party. So you telling an immediate family member would be a third party. And that said, practically, people tell their wives and husbands. Let's get real. Would this be covered under their performance? What do you mean? This, like what? I'm not signed with Nijisanji. I'm not performing for those. I'm not dancing like a
Fighting monkey.
yeah. I'm not their chimp. Skipping school to watch LM so I can pass the bar. Based. This is your apprenticeship. This is your legal apprenticeship. And then Yosho will defeat the Spike Man. Okay. All right. Oh, last one here. Guy says one could say they joined a lethal company. All right. Now we gotta keep going here. All right. The effective term for the VTuber activity shall be from the date of execution to the date of termination. This is important. So we have a term. So they set the term as the date it's signed versus the date it's terminated. Now this one is blank, so we don't know what date it is effective as. We don't know when it is coming down, right? We don't know. A bird. Welcome as a member. End of the beginning says Florida Jesus would actually get a kick out of this contract. Yes, indeed. All right. Party V shall implement the VTuber activities at a place designated by Party A. What? Guys. They shall implement the activities at a place designated by Party A. They can literally tell them where they have to live because most VTubers do it from their home. Once again, this is a massive sign, not just an employee. This is almost slave-like. This is control of like where you work. Are you kidding me? Wait, huh? What? So they can say, oh, we don't like you working there. You need to come to Tokyo now, right? We don't like you working from there. You need to come work from the Nijisanji office in Tokyo. And that's your contract. You technically have to do that or they can fire you. I see you guys saying Alira in the chat. Well, we don't know. We don't know whether that's true for Alira or not. But I mean, it would make a little bit of sense, wouldn't it? It would make a tiny bit of sense, wouldn't it? Nick Cruiser says, legal mindset is considered a CLE in all continental states. That is not true, but that would be hilarious if I was, Nick. Thank you. Muzzy Skeleton says, Parrot, put me in the clip. Put me in, boss. Put me in. Oh, God. In the event that Party A, Nijisanji, requests a report to Party B with respect to the implementation status, Party B shall immediately report to Party A, meaning they have to immediately give reports. Immediately give reports on what they're doing right away. So immediate means immediate, guys. In legal terms, when you look at the word immediate means like go now. Like you do this now. It doesn't mean later. Immediate means like immediately. You do it with, like they say jump, you say how high, right? That's, you report right away. Not 24 hours, not 4 hours. You do it right now, right? Okay. Now we're getting to the good stuff, guys. Now we're getting to the consideration. Now, what is consideration? I know some of you nerds, you freaking nerds, read ahead. Okay? I know some of you nerds read ahead. But consideration, the word consideration means what is given in exchange. Every contract, and there's a little contract 101 for you guys. Contracts are an exchange, right? So you're performing services in exchange for something. In this case, money. We're going to talk about money. Let's do it. It's money. Let's talk about it here. Let's start with this. Okay. In consideration for VTuber activities. So this is your payment. The consideration for the distribution of content that's live streaming nets you 50% of the amount paid and actually received. This is important. 50% paid and actually received with respect to distribution. Let's understand that. Hold on. What does that mean? 50% paid and actually received. That means that they're taking half, but not half of the raw number, half of the amount that is actually received. So YouTube, they're taking a third, right? They're taking a third. So they're taking a half of that part that's already been cut, right? Let me do this too. So let's see. Also, no spamming in the chat. I hate doing slow mode. I'm going to do it on 2 seconds. There you go. No spamming in the chat, guys. I see you there. Also, we're already yellow, guys. Check behind the scenes. So make sure you guys are smashing the like button to get that out there because we are already yellow. We've already been reported to the Naughty Boys and Girls Club. So anything that is out there that they're being paid, any taxes that come out, any other thing, that's going to be 50%. Okay. Is that normal? I don't know. You'd have to ask other people, right? You'd have to ask other people. Yeah. All right. Next, exclusive fee, right? In the event that Party A determines that it's necessary for Party B to purchase new equipment for performing the distribution of contents, and Party B purchases the equipment designated by Party A, Party B may charge Party A for an amount of equipment equivalent to the cost of the purchase up to 200,000 yen. Okay? Provided, however, no exclusive fee will be charged if this agreement is terminated due to cancellation, termination, or other circumstance by the last day of the month. So if this is terminated or canceled, you get no fee. So this is essentially saying that you're getting paid this amount for equipment only if you're in their good graces. Okay? Now, just so you know, 200,000 yen is $1,300. Okay? $1,333 right now. That's fucking nothing. Okay? It's about $1,333. Okay? So that's how much they're getting for new equipment. Yeah. Fucking nuts. No, it's really nuts. I'm gonna tell you right now, guys. Like, as a streamer, I'm not a VTuber. I am not a VTuber. I'm not a VTuber. But I just bought a new laptop just for traveling, and it's not even a great laptop. It's like the minimum laptop, the minimum spec'd out laptop to do streaming. It cost me probably about $900, right? Like, it's like the minimum, not for even VTube streaming, not for gaming, anything else. Just cost me like $900, right? Just about, roughly, right? Maybe 800 with the conversion rate, right? So like, that's all you get. And the other thing too is, this is the other thing too, guys. Look at this. They don't even necessarily give that to you. I like how people say, yeah. Well, no, I've got my guys. The ping is done. The ping tuber is done. I just have to practice on the software, and I haven't had a chance because I'm doing this legal stuff. You know, I'm going to take a day off on Thursday or Friday, and we're going to get it set up. Don't worry. All right. But look at this. Party A, Nijisanji, has to determine that it's necessary, right? It's not guaranteed. So Niji has to say this is necessary. Well, guess what? If Niji's feeling like a bitch, they can say, you know what? It's not necessary. It's actually, we don't believe it's necessary. You can use your old clunky potato PC to do it because we think it's not necessary. So it can be rejected. It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. They can hold out and say, you know what? Actually, we don't think you need this. We think your computer's good enough. Or we know you were streaming beforehand. So we know you have a PC already. It's BS. Now, Charles, 1,000, 3,000 at best. If you feel like it, reimbursed. Yes. And Doki spent 200,000, I think, Canadian dollars. Yes. Niji looked at Appalachia and said, hold my sake. So this is the rumored debt fund. Yes. Debut fund. Yes. This is the debut fund, right? Debut fund, $1,333. Can we spam super chats? Can we eat spam? I need you to define your terms. Appreciate y'all. You can eat spam. Eat all the spam you want. Any color. And they choose leather brown for the whips. Oh, yeah. They went real kinky with the whips. Sweet Red Bean says, we aren't supposed to talk about it, but HoloLive has allowed it several times as recently as the TSB collab on Helldivers. Oh, well, there you go. HoloLive's being reasonable. I know of one agency, VTuber, that still PL streams and doesn't want to break anyone's immersion. Yes, outside of Shoujo. Oh, cool. And the talents are Shinji, Niji is Gendo. Get in the robot, Alira. That's so good. I love it. Ava references. Deha says this is like the old Hollywood system where contracts control every aspect of their professional and personal life. Yes, true. Very Japanese idol contract style. Brendan says Article 3 being under performance definition. Yeah, Article 3, this is stuff that would qualify as the performance, right? But also even stuff beyond that. This is a pretty broad section, which includes a lot of their duties. Watching Niji argue something like the character is an employee, but the party is just totally a contractor. No, they can't. Shane, they said it's the performer. They said that in their contract. They fucked up by doing that, okay? They fucked up. So that's what they said. They can't undo that, right? 200K yen per what amount of time? That's a one-time thing. It's a one-time cost, right? Clearly. What is the point of putting something in consideration if it's not a guarantee? Because you're allowed to have contingent payments. So, for example, think about a more simple contract, right? So think about a contract that says, if Rima brings me ice cream, I will pay her $5. If she brings me a quesadilla, I will pay her $10, right? So it's if she does X, she gets Y. It's okay to have a contingent because she can choose to just bring me ice cream, or she can choose to just bring me a quesadilla, or she could bring me both, right? It's if X, then Y. You are allowed to have contingent stuff. Look, guys, I know that you think like maybe the NTF is going to say I'm anti-Niji. No, that you're allowed to have contingent. And there's nothing about, so this clause here is not illegal. This is not let me just be clear. Under American law, this is not illegal. This clause, the exclusive fee, there's nothing illegal about this. This is not illegal. None of this is illegal. Now, we can argue morality, right? But it's not unlawful. Article 4, right? Poor Rima, she signed the wrong contract. I know. Poor girl. Claps in the chat for Rima. By the way, she's gained a lot of subs, which is really great. Thank you guys for supporting her and False and DN and Nux, everybody else who has collabed with me. Thank you for supporting all the people. Lydia, who came on. Shout out to Base Cat Girl. Wait, does this incentivize them to delay payments till after the end of the month? Which part? The exclusive fee? No, that's like a one-time payment. But what that does is, if anybody's ever been an English teacher, I've reviewed a lot of English teacher contracts in Korea, Japan. Oftentimes they'll have the payment for the flight. And at least in Korea, the ones I read, they often had a clause where if you went out as an English teacher, they would pay for your flight. But if you didn't stay the entire time, you had to pay them back. You owed them that money. And they would use that as an excuse to dock your paycheck if you left too early. They just dock it out because they prepaid you, right? So that was kind of that clause in that contingent clause. Kind of the same there with this. What this allows them to do, and it's kind of smart, is it says, oh, well, if you terminate or leave or cancel, we get that feedback. So what they will do is, that YouTube money they owe you legally because they have to pay you that under the contract, or they're going to say, oh, you have this exclusive fee. We're going to dock your final pay with the exclusive fee that you now have to pay us back because you canceled, right? See what I'm saying? This is how lawyers think. And yeah, I know it's legal, but it is still, I agree,
Disgusting.
Yeah, it doesn't make it right, but that's what people do. We see you in the chat. We see all y'all in the chat. Time to VTube from Yemen, says Chris. Live from the Houthi stream. Who writes a better "We will own you" contract? Nijisanji or the DoD? I don't know. It's up in the air. Steve Noonan says, does their provision for purchase new equipment include VTuber models or assets, or it's specifically hardware? What does it say here? Equipment. It says equipment. So it says equipment. So it would need to be equipment. This exclusive fee would be for equipment. It says equipment. So whatever equipment is. So equipment could be hardware or software. That's not a defined term. So, and it just says any equipment for the distribution. So that could include the model and the PC. So $1,333 for the model and the PC. Can you get one for that? Is that possible, guys, in the chat? Is it possible? Hold on, let me put it this way. Actually, I'll do a poll here. It'll help me out to like get this sorted. Oh wow, it's lagging that hard. YouTube is like lagging right now with all you guys in the chat. Appreciate you. Also on Rumble, appreciate y'all as well. Thank you. Let's do a poll. Is 1,333 USD enough for VTubing hardware, PC, and model? I want to see yes or no. What do you guys think? What do you guys think in the chat? I want to see if you guys think it's enough. All right, next. Performers royalty and performance fee. Okay, let's do this here. Performance royalty. An amount determined on separate discussion between A and B. Right? So this is not included in the contract. So they're trying to add in a separate contract. So there'd be a separate one for the royalty. Performance fee for live and concerts, separate upon agreement. Performance fee for movies, separate. Merchandising, separate. Guys, here's your 2%. Here's your 2%, guys. Separate agreement. Not the same agreement. So merchandising is not in here. The 2% is not in here, guys. I know you guys were looking at the 2%, but it's not in here. So technically, that is separate. Payment method. So you should actually calculate the consideration set forth at the end of each month and pay the total of B on the last day of the following month, the bank account designated by B. Bank transfer fees are borne by A, so Niji pays the bank transfer fees. That's normal. If the consideration does not exceed the transfer fee and the amount of the advance payment, the party A may carry over the payment of the consideration in the next month. Party A shall pay it by the method, so by bank transfer, by the last day of the month following the month that includes the date of execution. So it's the last day of the month. They're getting paid essentially on the last day of the month by bank transfer. And you can have a separate discussion on the payment method and the exact bank details, stuff like that. So that's normal. We don't know how much a transfer fee is, but Niji would have to pay that. That's normal. Hello Millennium says, I got a clip for you. It's more cute and happy. See if you can use it. Fuamako, not tomorrow, today, 30-second use. If I have time, if not, I will review it separately and then maybe see if I can not tomorrow and today. Okay, I will see if we can watch it another time. That might happen. So thank you. This is going to be a long one already. Ben Tower says, with good budgeting, shopping around, you should be able to get a quality PC for VTubing for less than 1,300, especially if you build it yourself. To add in a model, you need to haggle IMO. Clarification. With regards to the model and rigging, I'm presuming you do it yourself or have a friend do it. If you outsource it, it'll be considerably more costly. Yeah, I think that's the thing. So if you did it all yourself, because you're extremely talented, then yeah. But if you have to pay for somebody else to do it, then it's going to really exceed it. People say, by the way, if you want full body track, you need 2 iPhones, one for the face, one for the body. So, yeah. Dill Bourne says, it sounds like Niji doesn't have a cap on what they can ask their talent to do, but the talent has a maximum reimbursable, forced bankruptcy. Well, they're not being considerate of that. Is this going to be another 5-hour stream? We'll see. We're in Article 5. There's over 30 articles, I think. So we're in Article 5. Actual cost. The actual cost of transportation when B goes to the office or visits at A, and the actual cost of expenses incurred in connection with execution of work party B should be borne by party A. So look, guys, let's be fair. Points to Nijisanji. They actually have to pay when they force them to travel to the office or visit the office in Japan. So that part is good, right? That part is good. Good Niji. But it also is lawful. If they were making somebody travel to Japan, that's kind of customary. I'm not saying that's like they're doing anything necessarily overwhelmingly good, but like this is to be expected, right? So, okay, all right, they're paying for that. They're paying for that thing. Party B shall issue and send them an invoice stating the total amount of the cost by the 3rd business day of the month following which the actual... Wait a second. Hold on. I take back that. Nijisanji is not advancing them the money. They're reimbursing them. So they have to pay out of pocket for the ticket. Hold up. And then they've got to submit the invoice. And then they're going to get paid the month following. So you've got to, it's at a time-limited reimbursement. Thank you, professional gentlemen. Thank you. That's a good way to frame it. Time-limited reimbursement. So hold on. I gave him a point. I'm now subtracting this point. Well, number 1. Add point, subtracts point immediately, right? Subtracts point immediately. Hold on. That is a really shitty a really shitty way to do this, right? So you've got to pay for a I mean, guys, have you guys, I don't know how many of you guys have flown to Asia. It's not cheap. Coming into Tokyo from, let's say, Canada, the US, Mexico, somewhere else in the North America, that's not cheap. So we're looking at like $2,000. You're just going to pay, right? Oh yeah, oh sorry, there's $2,000. I'm just going to, not just that, but that's the ticket. That's the plane ticket. And then the hotel in Tokyo? Yeah, that's expensive, right? Yeah, so it said the 1,000 minimum to buy Korean Air to Korea. Yeah, no, that's minimum. That's back in the day too. Now it's I'm looking now. I'm finding like 1,300 if I fly like Ava Air, whatever, through Taiwan. So I chance a Chinese invasion, right? And it's 1,300. That's the cheapest I can get if I fly economy and there's weights and all this stuff. Probably don't even have a TV in the screen. It's crazy. Taker says, have I missed much? Thanks to an inconsiderate person who said it was a good time to wake me up to get new info. I'm awake. What's up, Tay Grant? Welcome, brother. Oh, yeah, you just missed half the contract. I'm joking. We're on Article 5. You haven't missed too much. And considering the tendency of Niji to delay, I think Seiyu's model costs $13K. Models getting really expensive. Well, they're not covering $13K. A bird is a new member. Welcome. 16 tons intensifies I owe my soul to Nijisanji. I think there's a double post there, but thank you, Sam. Appreciate you, brother. Chris says, if this contract were to be thrown out in America, would it allow the VTuber to seek compensation for the money? Maybe. It depends. If it's thrown out, then a lot of the provisions that would be in here would just not apply anymore, right? Tankrat, thank you for waking up and throwing 50 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you so much for supporting me. Appreciate y'all very, very much. Very much. Thank you. Demitroll says, Canadian can confirm, went to Japan in March, was cheaper for me to fly from LAX first than Tokyo. Woof. Yeah, it's a lot. Just a reminder, the prices for PC parts may be higher outside the US, and the 1,300 USD, I think, are independent of where you live. Yeah, no. I live in Thailand right now. And before that, I lived in Korea. It is more expensive. The electronics are more expensive in the US. That is true. Just FYI, especially for good quality stuff, right? I wonder what would happen if they forced their talents to go and then cancel the event and say, you guys don't have to come anymore. That still count? No, because it's at the way the language is here is at the request, right? And it's also actual costs of expenses incurred of execution at the request of party B. So no, even if they cancel, they would have to pay, right? Under this contract, they'd have to pay. And yeah, also under American law, if you're forcing somebody to do something, that's what we call an expectation interest. You're going to have to be forced to pay, even if they canceled, even if they said, no, actually, JK, they still have to pay. Stephen Noonan, because I'm a new member. Welcome. Appreciate you. All right. Subcontracting. This is interesting. Party B shall not subcontract all or part of the VTuber activities to a third party or jointly with a third party except with prior consent, meaning nobody can get behind the character. You can't subcontract any part of it. Now, this is actually standard. Most jobs you can't subcontract, to be fair, very normal, but this is very interesting. In the event that party B subcontracts, so they can do it with approval, with written approval. If they subcontract, party B shall impose on third party the same obligations under the agreement and shall be jointly and severally liable. What this means is if that other party fucks up, you are on the line. Joint and several liability. Provision of information. Okay, this, guys, is huge. Okay, party B, and look at the typo here. Party BB. It's party BB. This is sloppy. This is $7.40 an hour legal work, right? This is no more than
Fighting monkey とかさ
BB here. Come on, what typo is this? Party BB. BB's in the chat, guys. BB's in the chat. Shall provide with certain information requested by party A. What is certain information? This to me is like, wait, what? What is certain information? Party B shall not conduct VTuber activities without providing the information to Party A in accordance with paragraph 1. Well, what is the information? This is very vague. Party B shall not provide false information to Party B when providing the information. In the event the information provided in accordance with A, number 1 is amended, Party B shall immediately provide to Party A the amended information in the way and the method designated by Party A. In event set forth in paragraph 1, if requested by Party A, Party B shall submit to Party A materials to prove the information. What the fuck are you talking about? This to me, as a term here, trying to define the information. What information? What is certain information? Is this just they have to tell you everything? When they request information to you, have to tell them whatever, whenever? Well, obviously this is unenforceable because what if it's confidential? What if it's private information? What is the information that they can't disclose because they have another confidentiality agreement or another NDA, right? This doesn't make any sense. This is probably unenforceable in America because it's too vague. You can't just say there's certain information we're going to request. You've got to provide it. No, what information? And it related to VTuber activities. Well, what does that mean? Like, you shall not conduct, but it doesn't even say what the information is. It says shall not conduct. So you cannot stream unless we tell you information, unless you tell us information. Well, what information? Are you going to ask for their blood type, their astrological signal, whether they like pina coladas? Right? Like, what's going on here? Their passport, their firstborn child, their mother's maiden name? What private information are they trying to pry out of the VTubers here? Or could they? They can just say, oh, you've got to tell us everything. Spike Man says, like the rats are always right. I can't stop them. The schizo must flow. He who controls the schizo controls the narrative. Rah. Yes, the rats are going to go crazy with this. The rats are going to go crazy with this. When you need to meet the word count in your essay, it doesn't mean anything. New Party BB emote coming. Yes, I'll do it. Party BB. That'll be great. It'll be great. Holy, what have I missed? I just turned on the stream. I'm going to catch up 1 hour on 2x speed. Go ahead and try. Thrushanuva says, could they get out of travel expenses by saying, if you want to join a project, you have to show up at the office? We're not asking you, though. No, that's being voluntold. That would be, look, if a judge looked at that, they're going to be like, are you serious? Right. If they're doing that thing. And also remember, they're an employee under this in an American context, This is control on an ungodly level of the individual. This is ultra control. I mean, most normal jobs don't have this level of control. So yeah, this is definitely going to be looked at as an employee, and you forcing an employee to do this. Toey827 says, had to resub for some reason. Happens to a lot of people, guys. Make sure you're subbed. Make sure the notification bell is on as well. But as a VTuber, I get paid $4,000 for my live 2D when I was 2D. When I am 3D, which is now cheaper, which was about 80, I got a capture card for 100 USD. My $700 laptop was good enough. Okay, so in the poll, 91% of you said 1,333 USD was not enough for the PC and the model. 9% said it was enough. So maybe some of you believe that there's some ways to get it done and there's ways to do it for under that. Maybe there are. Right? I don't know. I'm not a VTuber yet, but maybe, right? I think BB is the president of Israel and Mexico. Biden said so. Okay, Nick. Based. Danny D says, for reference, Muna recently said that Cover doesn't pay for the flight from Indonesia to Japan for HoloFest. They can claim it as a work expense. Cover did pay for the plane ticket for a 3D debut. I think that's a difference. Like, a convention, you don't need to physically go there. So you could technically attend digitally. So I can see maybe like a convention being something that's like optional versus them saying, show up to the office because we need you to do this. Right. Magius Fantasia says, you know, a contract is mess up if an actual lawyer looks at it and goes, what the fuck does this even mean? Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure it out. And I'm like, I'm a lawyer. I can't even figure this out. What do you think the party who was reading it thought? Right? It's crazy. Jinblade said, I never had this much fun reviewing contracts. Kurosanji is looking quite Kuro right now. Like literally, we're all sitting here looking at this contract together, all 7,500 of us going,
What the fuck?
that's all of us right now. Like me too. I'm like looking at this like, what are we talking about here? Tinkerlin says, and if they force you, so if you volunteer for, say, an event, and then the company owes you nothing. Once again, I think if you're just going to something of your own volition and you're saying, I just want to go to a convention because I want to go, they don't have to pay you. That's not what that provision says. Let's go back up. At the request of party A. So if you just want to go to a convention because you think it's smart or you think it's a good move or whatever, if you just want to go, they don't have to pay for it. They could, but they don't have to. I can't believe they enjoined BB in the fake game AI. Oh my God, the JoJo version here. Senatui says VTuber didn't have enough money to move. Then what? Well, then their contract is over. Then they're terminated. And then if they don't have enough money to move, they're terminated and they have to pay back the fee. Remember, they have to pay back the exclusive fee. So if they tell them to move to Japan and they don't do it, well, then they withhold that 2,000 yen from them because they didn't do what they wanted them to do and they terminate early, right? So, yeah, there you go. Obligation to cooperate. Let's get into it, guys. Let's keep going here. Beeman says, we need to know what's in the box. We need the information. What's in the box? Yes, we're getting there. Don't worry, we're getting there. Obligation to cooperate. When requested by party A, party B shall participate in meetings, conferences, etc., that they deem necessary for execution of VTuber activities and shall cooperate with the operation of the program except in cases which party A deems are unavoidable reasons. So what this says is Niji, any color, can force you into a meeting or conference. Once again, this is reinforcing that they can force you to do something. As I saw you, Kieran, saying, that's a fucking employee. Yeah, that's a 100% employee. Where they can force you to go to a meeting, right? And look, it's normal for an employee, not for a contractor. It is normal for an employee, right, to have to go to meetings, right? That's normal, right? But this is supposed to be like somebody who's free, right? Oh, God, okay. If requested, here we go. If party B is requested by party A to appear as the character or engage in other activities as part of VTuber activities, party B shall comply. So you have to physically show up, including in person, to meetings and conferences if they request it. But also you have to show up in character. Okay, fine. Conducting training. So you shall participate in a VTuber training. We talked about this before. It is not a optional thing. You have to do that. The timing and location are determined by party A. So they're telling you where to go for training. Lana says, excuse me, these are indented freelancers. I think you mean indentured, like indentured servants. Indentured servants. Yeah, very, very, very close here. Oh, God. Oh, real quick, Vault says, could this be referring to a Papa Machia thing? Context, Hana Machia and her dad on the stream and reoccurring character that wasn't ID. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. Could be. Sentai says, that amount isn't enough for the model, just at corporate quality. You can get the model and rig for less, but they're not the ones that need you to sell live reviews. Yes, and that's the question. You're expected to have something up to standard. NF says probably a mistranslation of personal information, but guess what? Guess what? An American court doesn't care that they fucked up the translation. What they care is it's not understandable in English. So when they're looking to enforce this, they're like, wait, what? Gimster says, based on what I've seen in this contract, I can safely assume the person who wrote it has the IQ of 39. Or, they were putting it through Google Translate or something. Charlie says, remember, they're free to leave at any time, right, Vox? Right, Vox? Right? Wait, does that mean that if the talents have to pay, say 60 to 10K to make their own models, then Niji gets to own the model? I'm finding it hard to believe this. Why would anyone sign this? Yeah, we'll do it real quick. We get
Disgusting.
they'd sign it because they want that clout. They want that clout. People say the black screen is under Article 8. It's under Article 8 as well as the other article that requires them to do anything they want when they want. Article 1, right, as well. Or sorry, Article 2, right? So wait, no, hold on. Let me make sure I get that right. So Article 8 and Article 3. So Article 3 says they have to show up for press conferences, for meetings, and any other matters ancillary or related to this. So Article 3 and Article 8 would require the black screen message from Nijisanji EN. Put those two together, and when you mix those two, they require them to do that, essentially. So yes, they can say whatever they want to say, but Nijisanji could tell them to do it, and they have to do it legally, right? Bruh, Any Color thinks VTuber on servants. Oh no. I think this information is like a stream login Twitch. It could be. And look, the information could be very simple stuff, but they didn't do it. They didn't put that in there. And this is sloppy as hell from a legal standpoint. It's just sloppy. Rico said a theory about Pecora's monkey being Niji's lawyer is starting to seem more and more likely. Yes, very true. A couple of VTubers have said they've signed and didn't want to read their contract, which I internally scream in frustration upon hearing that. I've heard that people don't even look at it. They just sign. Yeah, I've heard that. They didn't read a cent, and that's horrible. Horrible. I thought this about Big Bang Theory. Ambiguity in a contract favors the person who didn't read it, who didn't write it. Yes, typically. At this point, as a corporate lawyer, you should invoice Any Color for this contract consultation. Man, yes, they could. I mean, look, they can slip me. They can slip me a super chat. You know, if I get a Any Color super chat, I'm not going to deny it. You know, they can tip me for that. Niji paid for model design and rigging. Okay, but what I'm saying is that they, even if they do pay for that, right, in their contract, they could ask for reimbursement if they terminate, technically, right? They put that in there, technically. And last year, May says, finally able to catch a stream. I love learning new things from professionals outside the community. Thank you for the free education. No, my pleasure. All right, let's go here. If you refuse to participate in the training program without justifiable reason, justifying means, and by the way, this word is a bullshit word. What this means is, without a reason that is accepted by Nijisanji, okay? So what this means is justifiable means justified by Nijisanji, by Any Color, right? They're the ones defining that term. Then Party A, Nijisanji, may terminate the contract. So if you don't show up to their training, terminated. Party A is not liable for any damages incurred by Party B for cancellation. Wait a second. So what this says is let's say they told you to show up in Tokyo for this, and they cancel, and then you, let's say you were sick, but they don't think that's a good reason. They think you should still show up. They could cancel it and then not compensate you for your ticket for showing up for that. Crazy, bro. That's pretty crazy. Thank you, KMW, for the 20 Legal Mindset memberships. Appreciate you. Thank you. Everybody who's donated today, KMW, Tankrat, thank you guys are great. Appreciate you. Yuga XGC says, sadly, clout is one hell of a drug. Indeed. But here we're not just about pure clout. We're about entertainment and education. So please make sure you smash the like button, getting the word out there, and getting this great information out there. Yeah. So that said, let's continue here. Lending of materials. And let's see. Let's see. Someone said to me that Niji will like send people phones to use. So perhaps that's the case where they'll like send them a phone to use. Don't know. But let's read this here. Party B shall procure the materials under its own cost and responsibility. So let's go back to materials. When we see materials, right? Materials is costs and responsibility. Or sorry, materials, right? Materials under its own costs and responsibility. So meaning it's your job to procure those materials, right? So you've got to get what you need to get in order to do the job, right? Under the preceding paragraph, party A may lend the materials for value or gratuitously, meaning they can give it for free. So they can give you a phone, they can give you a computer, they can give you stuff for free. So they're allowed to give you stuff for free. All right. Everything VTuber is a material. Somebody who said that's probably what happened to Arvin. I don't know. Rico said, if Niji thinks the talents are fate's heroic spirits, then it certainly explains why they're constantly getting them. Oh, no. Michi Lottie said, Niji is really like, if you don't join our training program, you're terminated, but you're still a contractor. Yeah. Good luck with that argument. Annie Kelly says, isn't termination the agreement referring to the contract? Or if we fire you, you can't pay rent, we're responsible. Termination here is termination of the entire agreement, right? The whole agreement. So yeah. When party B uses the materials in accordance with the provisions of the preceding paragraph, party B shall comply with the following. Party B shall deal with the materials with duty of care, meaning you're going to take care of them. Party B may not use the materials, etc., for any other purpose other than implementation of VTuber activities, right? Okay, so you're not allowed to use your stuff. So if you get a PC, a computer, you're not allowed to use it for anything else, technically. Right. And I know that actually may not be too non-standard for like if you get a work phone, you can only use a work phone for work. Right. And yes, I do. I see you in the chat. I'm hydrating here. Let me hide the super chat too as well. So I get this may not be too crazy, but when you think about a computer, like that's how they might say, oh, well, you can't use your past life or whatever. Can't use it for your past life account or another account. All right. Without prior consent of party A, and regardless of the method, party B may not reproduce or alter materials, etc. Without the written consent of party B may not disclose, transfer, lend, or give out the materials. So anything they are using. They shall immediately return the materials to party A under the following conditions. Okay? So if they stop VTubing, if the terms of the lending end, so they tell them give them back, if the agreement ends, or if they tell you to give them back or stop using them. So the second they tell you to jump, you got to do it. Now that's actually not, once again, they gave them to you. So if it's a work phone and they say, give me back the work phone, this is to be fair, pretty standard. That's not too crazy. Because I got to be honest with you guys. I'm trying to be very fair, about what is or is not standard. Okay. I'm trying to, say something is not standard when it is, right? And those provisions are fairly standard. Okay. Let's continue here. Management of information on the account. Okay. So in the event that party A creates the account, so meaning, the characters account, right? Social media accounts too as well. Party A may provide party B with a user ID and password. Okay, well, that's normal, right? So party A is going to Niji is going to give the streamer the password and user ID, the information of the account. In the event of the preceding paragraph, party A may amend the information of the account, and party B, the information of the account amended. In the event that party B creates the account, party B may provide party A with the information of the account without delay, right? So if the streamer creates it, they have to provide it, right? They have to provide it. Party B may not amend the information of the account provided from party A in accordance with the provisions of paragraph 1 or paragraph 2 of the account. Party A may use the account for the purposes of management. So there's where they justify the skinwalking, right? Oh, it's for management. It's for management. Party B may use the account within the scope approved by party A. So that's where they say you need to get your social media posts approved, right? Party B shall manage information under its own costs and responsibilities. So they've got to pay. So the streamer has to pay for any costs. Party A is not liable for, look at this. I love it. Party A is not liable for damages resulting from insufficient management. But yet in this clause, they say they can use it for management. Well, which way do you want it, bro? Like, which way do you want it? You want to use it for management, but you don't want to be liable for mismanagement. Like what? Like what? These could 5 and 8 are, bro, come on. Party B shall immediately follow the instruction of party A regarding management. So the streamer has to jump when they say what to do. In the event that the information is being stolen or misused by a third party, including the event that party B has provided information to a third party and discovered, party B shall immediately report it to party A. Party B may not use it or allow anybody to use it at the end of the agreement. So after the agreement's over, you're done. Okay. So there we go. Adam Warlock says, simple. Use a different PC for your short-stacked horse goblin needs. Yes, indeed. Jess, for 10 Canadian, said, call your scream with an unhinged Kirsch. I'm only slightly less law savvy with Canadian law, but man, can I tell, this is a gold mine of tomfoolery that Niji is pulling here. That or Japan is just messed up. Once again, we need to look at it from a perspective, and I'm looking at it from an American perspective. And like I know they wanted to translate this and this to apply in America, but like just saying it's really, 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 really interesting. Kevin says, so do they give any color the materials, even if they paid out of pocket? It seems like, let's go back to that, but with the materials part. But it seems like, yes, even though party B shall procure it under its own costs, technically, they can ask them to return everything, even stuff they bought with their own money. So even stuff they bought with their own money, the contract tries to get them to do that. Now, here's what we get with what the contract says and what's legal. And this is something very important. In fact, let me talk to you guys real quick. Let me go away. Okay. No, it's over there. Go away for a second. Go away, right? Okay. Guys, we're here. Just because a contract says something doesn't mean it's legal or lawful. Oftentimes contracts will say stuff that's unlawful, illegal, impermissible, or against the law. So just because we're reading this in the contract doesn't mean this would be enforceable in Canada, in the US, in Europe, in Indonesia, in Thailand, where I'm at, we're in Korea, wherever else, right? This was written obviously in a Japanese context, and we don't even know whether this would be enforceable in Japan. I'm not a Japanese lawyer. I really can't say anything about that, right? I would love for a Japanese lawyer to comment on this, whether this is even enforceable in Japan. I have serious questions, right? Like if this was a Japanese employment contract, is this even legal? I don't know. I have questions. I have serious doubts. I would want to hear from a lawyer in Japan and say, hey, tell me, is this legal in Japan? Because I'm not even sure it is. I don't even know. I don't know. I can't say one way or another. I don't know. Meanwhile, in hollowed phase, whistling and fishing. Yes, indeed. Is this a VTuber contract or a Walmart job offer? It sounds like one or McDonald's. I love this. I'm learning so much. Great. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are learning from this, because my point is to educate and entertain at the same time, to do both. Alira, by my command, I shall order you to. Okay, well, that's all. Nijisanji trying to damage control. Yeah. That's why reading a contract before signing is important. Why some refuse to do that is beyond me. That or they're being pressured. They just want the clout, right? They want to join. And I've talked to people who've told me that they know people that they've told them directly they will just sign and not even look. They've said that. And I've seen people do things like that. Lila Skewer says, for contracts written like this, where provisions are based on the discretion of a party, can a judge or jury decide whether decisions which that party made were reasonable under the circumstances? So what a judge can do, this is a great question, Lily. And let me explain this real quick on full screen. So what a judge can do is they're going to look at this and they're going to say, number one, does this violate our existing law, wherever we're judging this contract at? Does it violate our law? If it does, any provision, anything in the contract that is illegal, it's deleted. It's deleted from the contract. Then above that, there's something called unconscionability. This is something that's very true in many contracts under Western judicial precedents, right? Unconscionable contracts. That means unfair, right? The terms are unfair. They're unconscionable. Anything that the judge goes in there and says, this is so extreme that it is unconscionable, it's beyond the pale, it's just too extreme, the judge is going to get rid of that. Now, judges are very reluctant to do that unless it's extreme, but in this case, there's some stuff that they're going to say, we're going to take a second look at that. Especially in America. So that said, let's continue. Ownership of rights. I know you guys were paying attention for this one. So here's a big one. Ownership of rights. Okay. Says, Party A and Party B hereby confirm that ownership, intellectual rights, and any other right shall belong to Party A. So here it is. They're agreeing about IP, that all of the IP is owned by Nijisanji, by any color, right? Party B may not perform any act, including but not limited to dissembling, decompiling, and reverse engineering that may infringe on a legal right of Party A and any third party who has granted Party A license to use. There you go. See, there it is. Can't do anything that may infringe on a legal right of any color or any third party. So that's a lot. In the event that ownership rights, copyrights, or other legal rights arise to Party B, in the case of VTuber activities such as rights, this is under what I presume is Japanese Copyright Act, right? Let me look this up real quick. Let me see if I can find this. Article 27 and Article 28, Japanese Copyright Act. I guarantee you this is, here we go. Japanese law translation of this. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's go. Let's find this. We're going to give you a little law lesson here. Okay, here we go. So clearly, although they're too stupid to actually do this correctly, right? They should have done this appropriately, but they decided to not do this like this. Let me show you what I got here, guys. Let me show you share my screen here. Hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna share the screen with you. So here is the translated Japanese copyright law. So this is clearly what they are talking about, right? Even though they're too stupid to include a clear reference to this being Japanese copyright law. But okay. Translation rights, adaptation rights, and others. So the author of a work has the exclusive right to translate a work, compose musical arrangement, reformulate, dramatize it, and make cinematographic adaptations. This revolves around any music, anything they're putting together. They're keeping all of the rights to that. Article 28. Any original work underlying a derivative work holds exclusive rights in the same categories as the rights to subsection, and the author of the derivative work holds in connection with the exploitation of the derivative work. So essentially saying, if you're paying a third-party artist, they're getting all the rights to that. So all the third-party stuff, all those adaptations, they're all taking those. So that's what they're going with on that one. Clearly, once again, this is them being sloppy. They never, ever, ever explain what they mean when they say Copyright Act, right? Which is a problem. Yep. All right. Let's get a couple here. Oh, thank you for the $6.99. Appreciate Samurai Screw. Judith says, referring to Clause 8, over management posted on behalf of all talents, and their management team should be playable, right? I mean, over management. They definitely, yeah. There's some vicarious liability likely with the talent, right? Because the talent was going through acting as agents. There's a liver named Ren who produces his own music, probably pays for it all. Does this mean Niji owns all of it? Yes. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what that means. Yes, they do. They're claiming if it relates to his, if he is a Nijisanji En and he signed this contract, presuming he signed this contract, which once again, let me be very clear, Nijisanji and the Nijisanji squad, NDF, they have the defense that this is not the contract they signed, and their contract is totally different, which could be true, right? Could be, right? Could be, right? But, you know, like we could get hit by a meteor tomorrow. I mean, it could happen. It's not likely, but it's possible, right? It's possible they signed a different contract. But yes, in that scenario. A lost count. How many times my jaw hit the ground? This is, and we're only on 12, and guys, we're about on 12, and let me get how many we got here. We've got, just make sure, go on the way to bottom here. We've got 31. We're on 12:31. Now they do get shorter. And there is one that I'm gonna like really speed run through. One or two that I'm gonna speed run through. But yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's continue here. Thank you. In the preceding paragraph, if rights arise to Party B and are reserved to Party B due to an agreement for some of the reasons, Party A may freely use such rights without paying compensation. So meaning, if somebody paid an artist to do something, so let's say that when Selentatsky, right, Doki, right, the pilot behind Doki, paid an artist $100,000 or something. Let's say she paid $100,000. They can use it without compensation. They don't have to repay her for it. They can use it as much as they want. They don't have to pay her shit. That's what that says. That's what that says. So you can pay an artist. They cannot reimburse you. They cannot reimburse you, and they can use all of it. They can use every single thing. And I see people in chat, people saying this is standard. I'm just saying it may be standard. I'm just explaining it, okay? It may be standard. I think some people are shocked by this. It may be standard. It probably is standard. Right? But still, typically what you'd want to see is that if you paid for it, you're getting reimbursed and a guarantee to get reimbursed. See, here's the thing. It'd be different. See, if they're reimbursing you for it, like, okay, if you go out and pay for something and they're reimbursing you, then yeah, okay, they should be able to use it as much because they're paying for you. So they own it, right? But like the issue here is we know they have an issue, at least we've been told they have an issue with repaying, right? And so the idea that they can not repay and then go use your fan art is, yeah, I mean, and some people say morally, right? Even if it's legally okay, right? Legally, it's fine. Doesn't mean is right morally. That's a different question. I'm not talking about morality. We're just talking about the contract right now. What does the U.S. law say? Because Japanese law is no. Well, I'm talking about U.S. law as we go. I don't know what specific thing you're talking about, Senior Tortillas, but I try to reference U.S. law as we go. So in most cases, like I said, a lot of these things are going to be very sus under U.S. law so far. Sentai says pilot is a weird way to say it. Not that term gets thrown around as for flesh tubers, so I guess it's better than that. Well, the pilot was actually told to me by, I think, like Rima and Lydia or something. Like I forget who I asked about it, but like I got that term. Maybe it was Nux or somebody else, but I actually got that term from VTubers who told me to use the word pilot. So I'm using that word. If you guys come up with a better word than pilot, okay, but I don't like saying flesh tuber because that implies that they're like me, like showing their face, right? I like it like it's like get in the Ava, get in the Ava, Shinji. Get in the Ava, Lyra. Beautiful Origin says, wait, if a Japanese account gives rights to party B, and this says party B must give the rights to party A, is that legal? Can rights be transferred in that way? Sure. I mean, you can agree to almost anything. Contracts have really wide latitude, typically, but sometimes there are certain things that may violate an employment arrangement or agreement or employment law. Its standard is not a defense against its morally questionable at best. Yes, I agree, Hollow. I'm just telling you, man. Just going to be honest. Did we say hi yet to the Nijisanji livers doing a contract review watching? Oh, that's great. Hi, livers. And they'll be able to say, this is not what I signed. This is not, which is fine. They can say that. Maybe they're right. We don't know. Review says party A shall have an exclusive right to demand and receive from third parties any and all consideration from VTubing activities of the second party. Wait, what? Party A, any color, shall have the exclusive right to demand and receive from third parties any consideration arising from the VTuber activities of the second party. Oh, meaning party B. This is shitty wording. Sorry, let me pull this up here for you guys. This revenue part, this is really shitty worded, but this is really interesting. So what this means is that Nijisanji can demand money from any third party. And also, people mentioned in the chat the play button. They can keep the play button on this. This is definitely the play button. So the play button can definitely be received. That's something received from third parties, any consideration. So yeah, they can keep and receive the play button. So this is the play button here for sure. But also, because it's any and all consideration. Consideration includes both money and physical things. But they could also demand payment for somebody. So for example, if Alira goes on with Ike or whatever, or sorry, like let's say Alira does an appearance on an indie, right? Or let's say that Vox goes on with Kirsch, right? So Vox streams the Kirsch. Nijisanji can show up and demand money from Kirsch. They can demand it if Kirsch was to be paying Vox, right? So like if Kirsch paid Vox, they can demand that revenue come through them. So any revenue they get, there can't be any revenue that does not go to Nijisanji. So what this says is that all money has to go to Nijisanji, right? You can't go around Nijisanji. You have to go through them. So no money can go directly to the creator. Warranty against defects. Okay, this is kind of standard. They in the preparation of deliverables, party B shall hereby warrant that deliverables are free from defect. This is standard for receiving stuff like receiving products and stuff like that. If there are any defects in the deliverables that were delivered by party B, they could not have been discovered in the ordinary inspection period of 1 and 3 years after the defect. Party A can make a change for a defective item. This is pretty standard for defective items and for receiving items from one to the other, right? Now we're going to get into prohibited actions. There are a lot of prohibited actions. So I may do this one kind of quickly. Maybe. Samurai says, maybe someone can get a Japanese lawyer, preferably one who knows English, to collaborate with you so you understand it better. Samurai, that is the problem. The problem is you can find a Japanese lawyer, but not one that speaks fluent English, and to a level, it's very rare. It's rare to find one that is good enough in both English and Japanese to explain it in both languages and also know the law on the American, and then I can, talk American side, they can talk Japanese side. It's very rare. It's hard to find. The English fluency is a problem. And I've looked, and also the other thing is with defamation in Japan, a lot of them don't want to bring it up. A lot of them don't want to talk about it. Yeah. All right. So what's not allowed? Broadcasting or transmitting images using social media or other means in a way that infringes on IP, that deals with privacy, rights of honor, and other interests. What is this? Rights of honor. This is defamation. This is Japanese AF. Rights of honor, right? Yeah. The external service provider or third party. So this is essentially if it infringes on anybody else's rights. It's potentially defamatory for Nijisanji, any color, which is a lot, right? Which is a lot. Liam says, I'm not sure I'm understanding this correctly. Does this mean that they could demand money from the talent for any reason whatsoever, whatever they choose? They can't be correct. No, with the revenue part, let me go back up. You're misunderstanding that, Liam. What this means is there can be no money, like any money they're getting for VTubing, whether it's from YouTube, Twitch, conventions, merchandising, campaigns, whatever. All money has to go through Nijisanji any color. The money cannot go through the streamer. The money has to be received by Nijisanji and then paid out to the streamer. What a Doodle says, not agreeing they did do this. Does that warning mean Nijisanji can technically take all money raised for? Technically, yes. But yes, technically, yes. Technically, yes. Now, how that would work with YouTube is hard because with YouTube, you have like a approved charity and it goes directly to the charity. So it would be difficult for that practically, but yeah, it's technically possible. Okay, let's go down. I'm going to speed run these because there's a lot here. Okay, so these are all things they can't do. Criminal acts or violations of public order and morality. Once again, this is super Japanese, guys. Things that are obscene or harmful to youth. Guys, Pippa is definitely a prohibited activity. She's obscene and harmful to youth for sure. 100% confirmed. Right? CP, anything involving, I'm not going to read this, but you see it right here. Can't do any of that. No drinking, drug use, none of that. No bullying. Well, interesting. No discriminatory remarks or hate speech. Yuki. Hello. Yuki, violating this provision. Hate speech. Yeah. And charity meaning yacht money. Yeah, maybe. Usually charity marathons will go through something like Tilify, so none of the money is coming to the VTuber in the first place. They're encouraging donations, something related. Yeah, so I think that's how it would probably go. Zoko wrote this contract. He needs to regain his honor. Zako person says, I think a party A receiving stuff is pretty normal to protect the liver's identity, and how Gura won an award. It went to Hollow and something to Gura. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's not like quote unquote standard. Once again, standard doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's great. And also it kind of points to you that being a liver is tough, guys. Being a liver, clearly being a VTuber is clearly something that has a lot of restrictions. This is not the, carefree life that you may think it is. You are under this thumb. So before you sign this, and hopefully one of the things is that people can consider is before you sign with a giant company, you should consider what this is going to mean for you and whether you are willing to give this, give it your all. So let's see, images, etc., in which a user does not have the right to use, and words the user has not obtained permission. That's true. In violation of public election law, in a trouble or discomfort To a third party, that sounds like they're afraid of defamation, particularly in Japan. That would be a big thing if you're covering problems for another person. Confidential information. Okay, here we go. You cannot expose anything in which your location is doxed, your residence, place of work, facilities, or other information. You cannot deal with anything about involving the infringement of intellectual property rights, portrait rights, rights of privacy, rights of honor, economic trust, other rights and interests of party A, external services provider agreement, or any other third parties, any criminal acts or violation of public order and morality, also sending of information that falls under, that happens to infringe upon IP rights, portrait rights, rights of honor, privacy, economic trust. So stuff that, once again, we're going back against the same sort of stuff that we talked about before. So a lot of stuff that is not good, right? So a lot of no bueno stuff, right? Okay, so let's get down to, I want to skip past that, and then we're going to go down to suspending VTuber activities, right? And real quick here, drinking streams, aka the Alira stream, and Yuki existing. Yes, party BB means party B bullying. I like that. I like the specification of heterosexual intercourse. Does that mean homosexual intercourse is fine? I don't know why they would only put that in there. I mean, let's go back here for a second. It does specifically say heterosexual, but then it says sexual intercourse. So these are separate, right? These are separate, sexual and heterosexual. What I think this was I think it was a really bad translation. So I think that's what went on there. But you know, it's still
Disgusting.
very much so. Erica Chaval says, little late, but can artists agreement overrule the contract and party B can't give rights to party A? No, it cannot overrule this. This would supersede the agreement. So this would supersede that agreement. So this is superior to your agreement with an artist. Now, what that could do is it could actually screw the liver, screw the VTuber, because the VTuber could be held liable by the artist. The artist could sue the VTuber, but the VTuber could be screwed under the contract with their parent company. This is where the VTuber is getting the raw end of the deal. That's why they're stuck just paying. And that's why, if we saw why Doki Bird paid, this makes a lot more sense. Right? Makes a lot more sense. All right, continuing here. Suspending the VTuber activities. In the event that Party B falls under one of the activities, Party A, Nijisanji, may suspend their participation, meaning may ban them, right? Without prior notice. This is what they did to Doki, what they did to Zion, right? There were suspensions. So if you do any breach of the agreement, you're suspended, right? If you lie in anything you tell them, it's suspended. If you're conducted or attempted to conduct anything that could do damage, that may do damage to any third party, they can suspend you. If you're unable to receive the service from an external service provider due to violation of external terms of use, so essentially they can suspend you. Oh, sorry. We're talking about suspension. I got worked up. That was 39 IQ on me. I'm gonna pull it. Here it is.
Maybe I have a chance. You goddamn crocodile! Go back to the fucking Florida! Go back to the Florida, you fucking crocodile!
Yeah, right. Explain this to me like I'm retarded. That won't be that hard.
Sorry, guys. That was real dumb. Not gonna lie. That was pretty dumb on me. That was pretty dumb on my part. All right. Back to suspension of this. Thank you guys. All right. So, by the way, we've got a crocodile emoji coming. It's going to be done like in 2 days. All right. So, this is about the suspension. So they can suspend them for all these reasons. So they can suspend them here for breaching the agreement, for discovering there's a falsehood, for conducting or attempting to conduct anything that might damage anybody else, any external party or user. So, for example, they can ban you because you might make a Twitter user butthurt, okay? Or they can suspend you because you piss somebody off on 4chan, right? And remember, there's the information, which they didn't have a definition of the information. Not the information. Yeah, the information again, which in English, the information isn't defined. So what the fuck this is, God only knows what the information is, right? If you're unable to receive a service due to external, so you violate TOS on any platform, you interfere with the VTubing, with anything that's VTubing. If you die, well, that's normal, right? Or if you're in a state of guardianship, conservatorship, or assistance, also hospitalization. Hospitalization could fall under that. If you do not conduct the activities for more than 1 month, and you do not respond to communication. If you're a minor adult ward or otherwise taken care of by a representative, they can do that. They can suspend it. Also, if you're inappropriate, look at this. If you determine that the continuation of your activities is inappropriate, they just have to decide it's inappropriate. This is very, very vague, very broad, right? And they can terminate you at any time in its discretion. This, by the way, this provision, this right here, this provision likely violates labor law. Here's why, especially in America, in other places, right? Especially even apparently in Japan, there's a 30-day notice provision. If somebody is an employee, you can't just like in Japan and a lot of places, some states, places like California, that may have some sort of notice period or whatever else, there may be some requirements to pause on that, right? But they're saying they can terminate at any time, which is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, I know many states are at will in America. That's fine. But just pointing that out. Party A shall not be liable by damage for Party B. Okay. So hold on. Penalty. In the event that Party B fails under the following items, Party A may demand from Party B a penalty equal to 50% of the consideration. So they're going to take, you make 50%, right? You make 50%. So they're going to take another 50%. So you're only going to get 25% if you breach any of those other provisions. And if you terminate the agreement, due to any reason attributable to you, they're taking 50%. You're only getting 25%. If you terminate the agreement, even if, once again, for me, it's a reason attributable. Doesn't need to be a bad reason. It's a reason attributable. Okay. And then beyond that, Party A, any color, can demand a penalty from you up to the higher number, ladies and gentlemen, the higher number. Let me max this out. So above and beyond them taking half of what they owe you, they can demand the amount equal to the total amount of consideration. So they can take it all. They can take it all if you breach Article 15, Paragraph 4. Let's go back to Article 15, Paragraph 4. What's that? So Article 15 is Article 15, right? Yeah, it's Article 15. Article 15, Paragraph 4. So if you do this, they can take all your money. Okay. So if you distribute any images, including videos, without prior consent, So if you if you put out a video or images or anything without their consent, they can take all your money. That's what this says right here. They can take all your pay. That's your penalty. If you breach that, take it out. Take it all. Because you dropped a video. Last cup of coffee. Last cup of coffee. You guys seeing relevance here? You guys seeing the picture? You guys putting this together? You guys putting two and two together here? And if you guys are liking this, if you guys are liking this analysis here, please like the video. Please like the video. It'll help us out there in the algo. We've only got 3,500. I mean, what is that? What is that? It's a bunch of Niji stands watching right now, not liking the video. Come on, we can get to 4,000. Come on, we can do this. Appreciate you. All right. So that's pretty interesting. Also, they can nix you for Article 15, paragraph 5 as well. So let's look at paragraph 5. Let's go back up for a second. So paragraph 5, during a period of 6 months after. So for 6 months after, you cannot distribute anything. Wait, as a VTuber for a third party. Wait, what? Is this a non-compete? This is like a mini non-compete here. Wait, what? For 6 months after the end of the agreement, Party B may not distribute images as a VTuber for a third party without prior consent. Now, I don't know. Now, I think when it says as a VTuber, this is related to their role and their character for Nijisanji, but this is like essentially a mini non-compete that's tucked in here. It's really weird. This is a weird non-compete to tuck in there. And to try to say that they're going to come and hit you by taking all of your money, by assessing a penalty equal to the total amount, all of your money, that's extreme. They can also ask for the total amount of remuneration, meaning payment, remuneration is payment, for any violation or money based on any violation of the contract. That would be kind of standard. If you make a violation, you're going to pay, right? Okay, fine. Disclaimer of warranty. So we're going to go on to this. But before we do that, let me get some super chats here. Vox, you can leave at any time. Yeah, that's a no. That's a no. We're not even a termination clause yet, guys. We're not even at the termination clause yet. We're not even there yet. Even Virgil from DMC, that's what Fowler. Oh God. This explains the graduation queue rumors. Termination sounds like an easy way to fall into debt if you don't make that much. Could be. No wonder Riku could buy so many yacht, huh? Yaku Zanji. You skipped over Article 14, paragraph 4. Can you go back to it? I went back to it. So I'll do it again. Here you go. Want me to do it for you one more time? All right. So I didn't skip over it. I read the whole thing. I'll read it one more time because you super chatted me Nexi Dava. I love you. I love you. During the effective term of the agreement of the individual agreement, other than, by the way, this is stupid, and this shows they're a stupid lawyer because the agreement and the individual agreement are the same damn thing. That the definition is not necessary, but anyways, other than the distribution of the contents, Party B may not distribute the images, etc., including but not limited. And by the way, it's stupid because images doesn't just mean images; it means video, pictures. It means audio. It's very broad. Defining it as images, etc., is the stupidest definition ever. It should have been media. The better definition was media. Their lawyer's retarded. Other than the distribution of contents, Party B may not distribute the images, etc., which I'll just say the media, including but not limited to video distribution and video hosting sites and audio distribution, audio hosting sites, as a distributor of the media, including but not limited to VTuber and any other video distributor without prior written consent of Party A. Meaning, Nijisanji IndieGoGo has to approve of you putting out everything. If you don't get their approval, you are in the naughty girl room. You are punished for that, right? Is a Japanese contractor non-compete legal? Is legal? I give up on JP. It's a very strict one. Once again, I'm not going to opine whether it's legal in Japan. I'm just saying an American judge looking at this would be like, what? No, we're not enforcing that. Probably no. Keep in mind that also said 12-month period. Yes. It was another. Yes, it's weird. It's actually conflicting. So one part said 6 months, and then this part right here says 12 months, right? So it's like these things are kind of clashing, because let me point out here. So this is bad lawyering. Thank you, Jeremy. You got a really good eye. You have a future as a lawyer. So this says 12 months, but if you look in this, but it's because it's talking about Article 15, paragraph 4 and 5. It's talking about 2 paragraphs. But if you go back to that article, this one says 6 months. So it's a little bit of a conflict, but what it is this one, I guess, applies for 12 months, and this applies for 6, plus it could be, you could be penalized for 12 months, I guess. It's a conflict, and this is sloppy lawyering. I'm just telling you guys, it's lazy. When Motion says, this definitely breeds clicks and favoritism. These penalties create a work environment where the in-group sucks out the out-group where everything is rewarded for it. Well, assuming this is how it goes down, yeah, I mean, I can see that for sure. And there's a lot of control, huge control. What's a non-compete? A non-compete clause or a non-complete agreement? It can be either. It can be a clause in a contract, or it can be a separate agreement. A non-compete is any sort of clause or thing that keeps you from doing the work you normally would do after you are no longer working there. They are very frowned upon. Judges do not like them. They routinely throw them out. And even though they're in agreements, oftentimes they're unenforceable. So a judge would look at it and say, we're not going to enforce this. We're not going to do this. Master Shiho Chief says, I read that as you owe Nijisanji 12 months of consideration for breaking the non-compete in the 6-month period. Insane. It's weird. I don't think you owe them 12 months, but I think they could come after you. So if you broke the non-compete and they discover it 11 months later, they can still come after you. That's how I would read it. But honestly, it's a weird provision, and it's really weird. The writing is poor. The contract was definitely translated from Japanese, because Japanese term for streaming can be defined as distribution. Thank you. This is why you guys are really great that have that fluency in Japanese and can help out with that. I really do appreciate those that are fluent and can say, oh, that's probably what they were thinking when they did that. Isn't Japanese law considered only heterosex as sex? Yes. And any other sex isn't kind of sex. Not just that. For prostitution, the definition of prostitution is only for the purpose of reproduction. So any other form of sex that is not possible of reproducing is not sex. And I'll play the clip.
Disgusting.
Yeah. So just throwing that out there. If you have 2 things in a contract that conflict with each other, which part is applicable? They can knock each other out. It's possible. The judge could look at it and be like, well, we'll apply. The judge could knock them out. They could say that the more restrictive one applies or the less restrictive one applies. That's a jurisdiction thing. It's a very good question. It depends on how inconsistent they are. If they're completely unreconcilable, then they'll probably knock them out. But if there's something that can be reconciled, they'll probably go with the lower number. In that case, look, let's say it was 6 and 12. The judge would probably say, well, it conflicts, so we're going to go with the lower number. We'll go with 6. I think if they were going to not knock them out completely, they would go with 6. In this case, I think, as an American judge. Semi-Eclectic says, it's not potentially exploitive that bullying is not defined in the contract. It's not defined, but it's in there. They do say the word bullying. Big difference when you ask someone to define bullying in Japan versus a Western country. Fair enough. The non-compete question, would third parties include the talent themselves? Third parties is not the talent themselves. It could be somebody related to the talent. It could be the friends of the talent or somebody else, but not the talent themselves. No, they're the VTuber, no definition. Contracts and not on screen. Yes, it is. Also, well, if it's legal, next time I go to Japan, soap land it is. No comment. Greed, control freak, zero accountability attitude is infecting worldwide. Remember, you'll own nothing and you will be happy. Oh, indeed. Rico also says they probably specified heterosexual intercourse because homosexual was already prohibited by the previous sections mentioning morality and obscenity. True. So in a legal sense, hypothetically, if the liver were to capture the avatar and regain their honor, they couldn't They can't be punished by Niji. No. The honor part is regarding defamation. It's regarding defamation. That's why the references are there. Yuzuru Tempest says, enjoy learning at the same time. Yes, and I'm glad to be helping you out there. Hopefully you guys are learning a lot. Does Contra Pro Protorum apply? It does in Canada. I have to look that up. I think that may be a English law rule, or like that phrase is used more in English law. Let's see. Interpretation. Okay, it's an interpretive law. Ambiguous contract terms shall be construed against a drafter. Yes. That's true. Typically, yes. They're construed against. Typically, yes. Also depends what type of contract it is. If it's a UCC contract or non-UCC contract, we're not going down. Let's continue. Disclaimer of warranty. Party A makes no warranty to party B that B will earn a certain amount of profit, meaning there's no guarantee you're going to make any money. Guys, there's zero guarantee you're going to make any money. No guarantee that what they're going to do for you fits the particular purpose, commercial usefulness, completeness, or continuity. So they don't have any warranties or guarantees for you essentially as a streamer. They don't warrant anything. They don't warrant the availability of external services. So things like Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, that makes sense. It's true. Party B shall investigate at its own expense whether it can conduct its activities. And so you are responsible for understanding, holy fuck, all of the laws and regulations, the rules of industry. You do not comply. They do not guarantee that you're doing things that are legal. They're not guaranteeing anything. Okay, number 4, I get you, professional gentlemen, said skipped it. That if you use the external services to conduct the VTuber activities, Party B shall comply with the term of use at its own responsibility. If there's a dispute between the platform and them, Party A is not liable. What does this mean? Oh, shit. Dude, professional gentleman, you are a G. Thank you for catching that. This is huge. You know what this means? Bro, guys, you know what this means? Provision 4 means that if there is a copyright strike, they are not going to help you with the copyright strike. They have no legal responsibility. They legally, they don't have to. Now, they may actually do it in reality because they want the money, right? So in reality, they may do it, but they have no legal obligation to help you. They don't have a legal obligation to help you. They may do it. They may actually do it because they want the money. If you get a copyright strike, they're not making money. So it's up to them. What they probably do, the reality here is they probably consider, oh, is this okay to do or not? Some people said, yeah, livers got strikes by their own company. Makes sense. And they might keep the strike. Right? So if a liver talks to a lawyer to try to get something on their corporate account unblocked, they have to pay for the lawyer. They have no duty to pay for that. Nothing. They have no duty. That's on you. Legally. Once again, they may practically help you, but legally they do not. Crazy, right? Crazy. It's nuts. I don't know. Halim says this contract sure is effed up. I don't know how to react exactly, but also you need to watch Shirokami Fubuki talk about how versatile glasses is. Oh, cool. Cool. Black Sheep Boy says, you'll make more money than you do right now. That was the quote. That's the quote, right? It's like, it's contracts like this that part of the reason why people dislike lawyers. You are awesome though. No offense. No, guys, I make lawyer jokes all the time. Lawyers are oftentimes the shadiest, the shysteriest people out there. Being a person who kind of works for my own business, and yeah, I still do legal work, but a lot of work I do is non-legal, right? In fact, the majority of the work I do is non-legal, although I still do legal work. But it's the minority of the work I do. It's actually most work I do is non-legal, and I'm happier for that. I'll say that. Sorry if I've already answered these questions, but how did the contract come out? Wouldn't the contract normally be? This is an unsigned version, right? This is the quote unquote template. The source I'll keep confidential on this one, but yeah. Toxid says it's crazy that some of these policies and punishments felt similar to what we have in the U.S. Army. For example, the payment cut as a disciplinary action. Yeah, and you thought it was only the Army. You haven't been a VTuber if you thought the Army was bad. Gordo Gamer says, from how Pippa reacted to her cut of YouTube sales, FaZe gives a good cut. There's a new clip of that. Yeah, I imagine that's going to be interesting. The soup store joke is part of the same parody. Explain it to me like a retarded clip. Comes from it. Great clip for a laugh, the soup store one. Okay, I'll look that up, and I see you guys are all talking about the soup one, so I'll look at one later. What happens is Seiyu Dokibird amended the contract before signing it, submit the original documents, and Niji didn't release it until he shit us the fan. If Niji signed it, then they're liable for that. So if you amend a contract and you hand it back and they sign it, they're on the line if they don't read it. That's on them. Judah says, before judging whether Nijisanji is a black company, with a contract this exploitive, they should implement a higher standard of internal control. It's very, very interesting that they have this controlling of contract. So what do managers do at Nijisanji? Well, we haven't talked about the roles of a manager. In this contract so far, we have not seen anything giving authority to a manager yet, okay? Or specifically talking about that. Okay, let's go here. Any transactions arising or disputes arising between party B, meaning the artist, and third parties in connection with the VTuber shall be handled and resolved at the responsibility of party A or party B. Party A is not responsible. So any disputes between the artist and the vendors, right? Any scams, right? Shout out to Bao the Whale. I feel really bad that Bao got scammed, right? So if you have a dispute, if you get scammed, that is on you. That's on you. Party A shall not be liable for any interruption or change in the program of Party A, deletion of videos, message cancellation of registration, loss of data. Party, so no, not responsible. Again, once again, we're seeing a theme here of shall not be liable. Shall not be liable for damages incurred by Party B in relation to VTuber activities, except where Party A is intentionally or grossly negligent. I love that. That's always a carve out. You never get out of intentional or gross negligence. You can never get out of intentional or gross negligence. And in many cases, we can look at this and say, Nijisanji, any color, were you intentionally or grossly negligent? That is a question for a judge to decide. It's a question for a judge to decide. Even in the event that Party A is liable for damages to Party B, Party A's liability for damages shall be limited to the total amount they paid for. This is illegal. You can't limit your liability like this. Sorry, this is not going to be enforced in America. In America, this will not be enforced. This trying to limit your damages to the past 6 months. Nope, sorry, not going to happen. That's determined in America by our by separate law. So yeah, that's not going to work. They're trying to limit their damages to what they paid in the last 6 months. So if it exceeds the total amount paid in the last 6 months, they're not going to pay it. Well, no, sorry. If the damages are more than that, the damages are more than that. Sorry, no, it's not going to happen. Like, nope, sorry, not in America. Maybe Japan might uphold that. Don't know, but not in America. Sorry. Niji won't help with management, won't help with the law, bullies me, can't even make a sandwich. What are they good for? Well, clout, I guess, and exposure. Bro, what the fuck does companies and even managers do? Are you just giving like half your money to people to breathe down your neck and some clout? Yes. Yes, Jim. Yes, it seems so. It's respectable that you want to protect your sources, but I think we need to let the world know that Niji tried to steal and sign Pecora's monkey. Listen.
Fighting monkey とかさ。
I need to protect Pecora's monkey. We must protect Jill at all costs, people. Jill is the VIP. Never forget, Jill is the VIP. Guys. And I know some of you are like, Jill? Jill?
What the fuck?
Just don't ask questions. Go with the monkey, okay? Monkey emojis in the chat. All right. Liam Weeks says, are they trying to say that if you do something illegal and you do it, you're responsible for breaking the law? No, that's no. So like Liam, obviously in any contract, let's be fair to Nijisanji real quick. Let's be fair, okay? if you break the law, you're always going to be responsible for breaking the law, right? You're always going to be responsible for breaking the law if you break the law. Like, that's going to be a thing. However, they're going beyond that. They're making you responsible for far more than what you normally be responsible for. But let's get into damages compensation. This is getting good, guys. We're getting good. Ami, welcome as a new member. Thank you, guys. Make sure you guys are liking the stream, please. That is the one thing I can do. It's free. You know, I love the members. I love the super chats. Liking really helps out. We're at 7,500 people watching on YouTube. On Rumble, we've got a couple hundred there. You know, so appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all over there. Thank you so much for joining me on all the platforms, but liking the videos. That's the one thing I'd ask you to do. Let's get up to 5,000. We're almost there. Also, shout out to my locals too. So yeah, and also I like the Spike Man dropping 10. Thank you so much. I like the Spike Man. Appreciate you. Thank you for the email, by the way. Appreciate that very, very much. Appreciate you, Spike Man. And then also Joel, welcome as a new member. Mike Baker says this contract sounds like heads, Niji wins, tails, the streamer loses. Indeed. Shout out to you over there in Japan. Damages compensation. In the event that B causes any damage to party A, meaning in the case of the streamer causes a breach, party B shall compensate A for all such damages. Right? So they're going to compensate them for any breach. So the liver is going to be on the line there. Party B receives a complaint from or has a dispute with another VTuber. So if you are feuding with anybody, you shall immediately provide the details of the complaint. So I can imagine them gaslighting, like, for example, Doki with this, saying, well, if you were being harassed, you should have told us, right? You should have filed a notification of that complaint. Like, why didn't you do that? You should have told us right away. Right? And then next, in the case of the preceding paragraph, so if you have a dispute with another one, you shall handle the dispute at your own cost? No. Guys, no. No. So wait a second. They're saying if you are fighting with another Nijisanji VTuber, they're not going to mitigate that? They're not responsible for you fight. So if Vox and Alira are fighting each other, they're like Jedi power battling each other, right? That the company is not going to get involved and that you have to pay for that? Bro. What? Does this say bullying is allowed? Essentially? Like, what? This is ridiculous. To try to say you're trying, especially this part about other VTubers. Look, I get external service providers and third parties. I get that part. But when you receive a complaint or have a dispute and you have to pay for everything, I mean, Nijisanji, let them fight. Ken Watanabe rule. I mean, that is... Now, wait a minute, Niji. No, it's bad. The contract terms seem obtuse to the point where they seem intended to confuse. More than that, they're intended to cause issues. This is big, guys. This is huge. I would never expect this one. The why they put see, I get the other, like, I want to can I unhighlight this? Let me unhighlight this, okay? I'm going to unhighlight this, okay? Okay. So I get the external part, right? So with this, I get it, right? This I understand. So this, I get it, right? I understand that part. This is what I don't understand, right? In fact, actually, let me redo that actually. So, so what I think they should do, what this should have been, was this should not be there. This other VTuber thing, that should not be there. They should have your back on that. I get this part. This part is fine. But the other VTuber part is it is significantly bad. I'm sorry, but this is bad. All right. In the event that Party A receives any claim from external service provider on infringement of rights with regards to Party B shall compensate Party A for the amount they're forced to pay. So essentially, they're on the line. All right, let's get the termination. Girl, let's get the termination. This is the spicy stuff. Here we go, baby. I'm very excited. And I'm glad I'm hanging out here with 7,600 of you.
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
Up late with me here tonight. Appreciate though. It's 1:30 here. It's 1:30 here. In Thailand, but of course, I know like you guys are in the US and you're up late, so I got it. Illusory contract, yeah. That's a very specific inclusion, but it could be possible. What's the use of high managers? I know. What are they managing? The Roa versus Mira legal battle comes to mind. Okay, I need to look into that one a little bit more. This sounds like all out war. Could be. Monty Suarez says this gives Niji all the benefits while attempting to avoid anything to the liver. Sounds like indentured servitude with extra steps. It's pretty tough, guys. This is I've read a lot of contracts. This is pretty bad on the level. And like Nick says, how many illegal or unconscionable clauses does this have? I've lost count. We're at 19 of 30. And honestly, almost every provision, a judge in America would be like, we're going to need to consider whether we're doing this. Now, I'm not saying they wouldn't agree with them, and I'm not saying that everything is impermissible. Some things certainly are normal, but some things are questionable. We'll just put it that way. This is basically the credence to the claims of Doki Bird about bullying by Millie, Illyra, and Enna. It gives a more credence to the theory. I would say it gives more credence to the theory. Now, does it confirm it? No, of course not. We don't know the real facts, right? Doesn't confirm anything. Does it lend more justification to the theory? Yes. Nijisanji, the military-grade equipment of VTuber world, literally because they act like the KD female dogs and bad officers that military equipment contractors are. For fuck's sake, why? Yeah, it is. It's up there. What? I'm getting from the stream that Nijisanji isn't liable for anything, and the livers have to pay for everything. Niji's only rule is to collect money from you. Well, I mean, that's what the contract has sounded a lot like so far. Other than they pay you a little bit of money, but I mean, it's a fraction. There's no cake after you've eaten it. It's true. And X-Liver mentioned how toxic and competitive the environment is, like trampling over each other. This contract is giving credence to that. Yeah. This explains too many things. Explains a lot. Darth Niji, good. Let the hate flow through you. Wait, VTuber is a defined term. So VTuber literally means a Nijisanji VTuber. Yeah, it means a VTuber. Other VTubers mean VTubers, because let's go, well, like if we go up, let me scroll up real quick. If we go up to VTuber is a defined term. But other VTuber means other people working for Nijisanji. So as the character designated by Party A, so it means other people working for Nijisanji. So that was, that's something that is clear there. So with that part, very concerning. But let's get this last one here. Actually, I'll get 3 more super chats, then we're going to go on with termination, okay? I know you guys are ready for this. I know you guys are ready for termination. It's a big one. Phase Connect splits 50-50, by the way. I saw people saying otherwise. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, look, I am not saying that a 50-50 compensation split is unfair. A 50-50 compensation split may be fair. That may be the standard in the industry. I don't know. I'm not a business guy for VTuber. Maybe a 50-50 split is standard. Okay, fine. Right? The agency is doing stuff. So it's not like I mean, in a certain way. Now, I don't know about Niji, but like for Phase Connect, I mean, they do stuff for them. At this point, I'm sure Jill could smear poop on a 4,400 sheet of A4 paper and come up with a better contract.
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
Oh God. I love how Niji had to pay for anything. It's limited to 6 months. When the live has to pay, it limits it all. Hi from Kyoto. Oh, good. Hey, how's it going in Kyoto? I should be probably in that area in April or May. So we'll see. Individual contractors, huh? Yeah, that guys, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I don't care what law this is under. The contractor argument is so fucking dead. The contractor argument is dead. This is not, there's no contractor in the world that looks like that. This is ridiculous. Okay. Like this, to even try to say this is a contractor at this point with the level of control they have, right? We're talking about like fate servant level control. You know, this is, this is definitely an employee in an American analysis. And I'm pretty sure, although I can't say confidently, but I'm pretty sure in other jurisdictions, Canada, other places, even in Japan, this is going to look like an employee. I mean, the level of control is insane here. It's nuts. Niji, please hire me. I'll do nothing. 7,700 have gone for 2 weeks. When I come back, Andrew's Attorney General of the Weebs. What's up, Durna? Good to see you. Yes. Attorney General of the Weebs. Let's do it. Golog Thigh says, as an unrelated cover, recently posted an article about the hugely expensive new studio. It's amazing how much they reinvest in talents. That's good. That's good. And look, you can, like, if they take 50% and they're reinvesting it, that's what they should be doing. Now, look, they have to make a profit, but still. Yay, Brandon Herrera got enough for the runoff. GunTube and WeebTube just keep winning. Let's fucking go, bros. Hey, let's go. Excellent. All right, let's continue here. Termination, which we all have been waiting for. In the event that the following events arise with respect to Party B, needing any kind of notice from Party A whatsoever, Party A may terminate this agreement, including the individual agreement in this section, in this article. In the event that Party B breaches any of the provisions and does not cure for a reasonable period of time. So this is termination, reasons they can be terminated, right? So Party A, so Nijisanji, right? Without any notice, they do not need any notice whatsoever, right? Without. So they need no notice. They can terminate it for any of these reasons. Any of these reasons. If they breach any provision of the agreement, well, that's kind of standard. And do not cure within a reasonable time, reasonable being a vague term, but that's very normal in contracts. Party B receives a seizure, provisional seizure, disposition for tax delinquency or an auction. Interesting. If they file bankruptcy, they have a corporate arrangement, rehabilitation, or reorganization or liquidation. Well, that's actually okay. I can understand that. In bankruptcy, weird things can happen, so they wouldn't want them to like lose the IP in bankruptcy. So, yeah, okay. If there's an act of betrayal, or an act against the public order and morals, and Party A determines it's unreasonable to continue. An act of betrayal. That's so Japanese. You have betrayed us. Doki-sama. A mutiny. If a check or bill is dishonored, or if there's a situation such as payment suspension. So if Doki didn't pay her artist, they could terminate her for that, I guess. And then in the event Party A terminates this agreement, the provisions of the preceding paragraph, Party A may demand that Party B deliver the deliverables that have been completed or in the process of being completed by the time of such termination. Okay. You will honor my ethics book. Very, very interesting. A lot, and especially this last one, where if you terminate it, Party A can tell Party B to give them everything that they're in the process of doing. So, for example, like Last Cup of Coffee, they can demand you turn over Last Cup of Coffee. Right? And take their PC, whatever. Ebiko says, yes, I caught up right before the termination. Awesome. Silbury says, this chat that doesn't understand why the rest of us are mad about the 50%. That's 50% super chats and 2% merch. We're mad in context. Yes. 50% is the super chat or ad revenue. And then the merch. Now, to be clear, let's be clear, guys. I did not say 2%. If we go back up, let's be very fair, Silbury. The merchandise is dealt with separately. Okay? So we're going to go back up, and I want to show you guys this. Merchandising shall be determined upon separate discussion. The allegation from other people is that the 2% is merch. That is not included in this agreement. So just to understand, that's technically not here. I'm not saying that, right? So, but it could be true. There's no proof that 2% is false. This contract does not disprove the 2% theory. Doesn't prove it either, but it doesn't disprove it. Doesn't do either. All right. There are 2 sections I'm going to skip here. They're not necessary. Also, they're just annoying information, so we're going to go over it. And we're going to go down to amendments because this one is big. So we're going to skip 2 sections, and I'm going to go down to Article 23, which is amendments, right? Okay. This one is freaking crazy. Hold on to your butts, guys. This is nuts. Listen up to this. Listen up to this. Okay. In the event that Party A, any color, amends this agreement, Party A shall notify Party B. So they have to notify them in writing of the details of the amendments, right? Listen to this. If Party B does not object within 14 days of getting of the notice, of the written notice, they are deemed to have agreed. They automatically accept. So let's say they wrote them a letter and they were on vacation for a month and they come back and they were like, oh shit, I just got this, right? I'm just reading this. Or here's an email and they missed the email, right? And they just deleted the email. They automatically accept it. This is extreme bullshit. This is extreme bullshit. This is very questionable. And this type of provision, look, there are times when an automatic acceptance, like an amendment, is acceptable. This is not one of them. In an employment context, this type of amendment is in America. This is like the judge is throwing this shit out. They're wiping their ass with that one, right? In America, right? That's some crazy shit. That they can just amend the entire agreement, like, because the thing is, it doesn't say that they can't amend the payment. They could even change from what this says. They could even say, oh yeah, we're changing it so you now only make 2% of super chat revenue, right? And if you don't object, then it's counted as there. If you're in the hospital, yeah, even if you're in the hospital, it doesn't have a carve out. Black Sheep Boy doesn't have a carve out. It does not have a carve out for if you're in the hospital. Doesn't matter. 14 days. No, you don't respond. Doesn't matter if you're in the hospital. Whatever. You got to accept it. Our amendment sticks. This is crazy. This is fucking nuts. Guys, like from a legal perspective, as a lawyer, this blew my mind. I read this. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Like, what? What? What is the relevant jurisdiction for defining an act of betrayal? It sounds like an established definition has been granted. By the way, hi, Andrew. Hey, what's going on, brother? This is it's Japan. And we're going to see that their references are all to Japanese law, even though they're dumb enough to do this international contract. They're contracting with people in other countries, and they're relying on Japanese law and Japanese references. It's really, really weird. But yeah, act of betrayal is super Japanese. This betrayal stuff sounds like what happens when Mirai Gundan in the baseball thing. If you have not heard about this, I have to look it up. I haven't heard of it. Thanks. Management, Captain, the livers have staged a mutiny. Niji, sail the yacht away. Legally, how would you define an act of betrayal? It's a Japanese thing, so I'm sure that the translation there is like defamation. I don't know what it is. Maybe defamation or business disparagement. I don't know. Legal Mindset being the Harvey Birdman attorney at law for VTubers. Yeah, that's awesome. I love it. I'm waiting for contractor for seppuku clause. I mean, look, I don't want to joke about that, like the latter part there, but like what you're trying to say is the contract is extreme, and that's true, right? LCP Anime Guy says, is this my Marine Corps contract or worse? I don't remember my military contracts being this bad when I signed up for service. Jesus Christ. Fuck me, Nijisanji. Yeah, I know. Like, at least there's like a limit. You know, there's like limits in the military. This is extreme. Of course, what I'm saying is a lot of this is not going to be enforceable. It's crazy. Von Cobra says, I send you contract amendments 2 minutes before your stream starts. Read the next line. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Like if it's, let's see here. The same shall apply if party B conducts any activity under this program within the same period. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Thank you. Von Cobra, thank you. I didn't even get to this next line. I was so stunned. I didn't even read this next line. Von Cobra. Based VK in the chat. So holy shit. If you start streaming, holy fuck, you're right. If you start streaming, you're deemed to have accepted terms they sent to you. Attentive student. Very good. Very good. You are definitely not.
パーキングモンキーとかさ。
100% not. You're number one. Number one waifu. Good job. So if they send you something right before you stream and then you start streaming, you're deemed as accepting that bullshit. Bro, that's fucking nuts. And that's, look, in America, that's illegal. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it straight up. That's illegal. This is not America. This is not working for proper notice. This is ridiculous. No, sorry, no. I get why, but no, that's not going to work, right? If it's a material amendment, and if you haven't even seen it, they've just sent it to you, you haven't read it. No. Come on. No. They send it to you while you're streaming. Yeah. So it's like, oh, well, since you're streaming, we'll send it to you. Aha, you automatically accepted it. You know, Liver starts streaming. Niji, here's an amendment. Here's an amendment. They send it to you while you're on the stream. Yeah. For sure. This reads like a click wrap agreement. This is crazy, guys. This is fucking nuts. Technically, you can send the notice during a stream and it's automatically instantly accepted because, well, it says conducts, not starts. Yeah. If you conduct, right, conduct, you're conducting it. So if you send it while they're on stream, there you go. No wonder Niji did not submit the sale labor board. Yeah, no, this would not pass the California Labor Board. Are you kidding me? You think this would pass? They would throw this in the garbage. This is no way this is getting past the labor board in California. No. And I'll tell you that as someone who's worked with the California Labor Board through the corporations I've worked with. Right? I'm not a California attorney, but I've worked with attorneys that are California attorneys, and we work with the California Labor Board as part of a larger corporation, right? And they would not agree to this. There's no fucking way they'd agree to this. It's ridiculous. If someone sent me this contract, I used to wipe my ass and send it back to the postage on delivery. Aiken says, Jesus, without much of the contract so far gives Nietzsche their higher-ups almost no liability towards the investment of their talents. You're better off working under Oakland Athletics or Amazon. Yeah, it's nuts. I cannot believe this. I truly cannot believe this. I'm actually flabbergasted by this right now, guys. I'm not lying. Right? Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Am I missing something? Is there nothing on this contract regarding uncontrollable circumstances, hospital stay, accidents? I haven't seen it so far. Have you guys seen it? I haven't seen it. Have you seen it? I haven't seen them. Shu says the same shall apply if party conducts. They get an amendment email. Don't read it. They stream. They're already engaged. Yeah. Does this mean if they make a dumb tweet, they accept it? Yes. According to that, yeah. The last sentence looked like they accepted it. They even tweet. Yes. Imagine getting someone to review the amendment for you. It's tough. When I see auto accept the contract X days from it, at least, yeah, it's bad. But the conducting activity, Jesus, that's the killer right there. That's the killer. Thank you, Von Cobra. You are a G for that. Potato says so you can tell they consider their employees as contractors based on this, as it breaks Japanese labor law by existing. Yes. Password protect the file. Don't send the password. Yeah. There you go. Not Batman said, if I remember correctly, the contract said the talent was not allowed to bully, but in Article 19, it sounded like if there is bullying, the talents have to handle it themselves. So bullying is technically allowed. Well, no, what it is this. You have to go to the court to figure out whether it's bullying or not. And then when you prove it's bullying, then they're going to fire the one the court sides with. That's what it sounds like. They're going to fire the one the court sides with. Black Sheep Boy says, wait, Party A could suspend Party B for 2 weeks, and within that time, send them an amendment? Yeah. Yeah. I guess. Doesn't say they couldn't. That would be unreasonable. It'd be bad faith, but Hiro de su madre. Hiro de su madre. Sorry, I didn't realize it was my brain had to click into Spanish there. Does the contract indicate a home venue for contributors? Yes. For international employments, assuming U.S. residency, does U.S. law offer protections if a contract will be legal under U.S.? We're going to get to that. We're almost there. Please hold on for the provision about that. Pegasus says, I'm sorry, but working part-time for McDonald's is better than this. What the? Yeah. Can we get a top 5 worst summary clause at the end? I think I'll probably do that as like a separate video. I'll just like clip it or rearrange one, like the 5 worst things in the Nijisanji contract, right? That's going to be a separate one. Niji with these contracts are trying to Minecraft people. Yes. To be fair, with regarding to hospitalization, I've been in the hospital. There have been times in my life, not once was I allowed access to my phone. Could in theory look at the amendments or whatnot. Yeah. So you could in theory you are not allowed. So yeah, Ben, to be fair, you could look at them on your phone, but you should not be obligated when you are hospitalized to look at them. You may not have sufficient mental capacity to look at them, right? And mental capacity is a necessary element of contract. You need to have sufficient mental capacity. This contract will be set on fire, re-dropped, grown in the dumpster. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Can you see the worker protections in this contract? Tazumi-san, no swiping. We'll get one more and then I'm going to continue here and I'll get the rest later. Is it conducting an activity under the program? So a meeting to inform you about the change could constitute it? Potentially, yeah, because you're required to do meetings as part of your job. So like them requiring you to go to a meeting is like, you have to accept this. Like you're required to accept this. So yeah, going to a meeting could be because it's part of your job role. If she consulted with one, I want to know what her lawyer said was okay to sign. Sink the yacht. I think most people who sign this do not have a lawyer review it. I think a lawyer would be aghast at this. Last Order Film says the more we find out about the contract, the more and more any color seems to be a front. I don't know about a front, but just there's a lot going on there. Whoever that will audition for Niji in general better think twice for seeing this contract. Good Lord. They just hopefully they're educated on what they're signing up for, right? Hopefully they're educating on what they're signing up for. I'd like to see how much the contract is left if you take out all the parts that are illegal under U.S. law. The title is left. The title is left. And even the title is suspect. Right? This one last one. When Motion says, what happens when the company forces livers to conduct? They send an amendment by this contract. Technically, they can force them to agree an amendment by forced activity. It sounds that way. That they can force them to accept it, which is not really a contract. It's what we call a contract of adhesion. It's a one-sided contract. Let's continue with methods of communication. Listen to this. Once again, Niji control. Any inquiries or notices from party B to A regarding this agreement, right? Anything. So any notice, including these amendment notices, right? Shall be conducted by the method prescribed by party A from time to time, meaning they can change their mind. They can notify you by carrier pigeon. They can notify you by fax. They can notify you by whatever. by Discord DM, by Instagram DM, whatever they dictate. So they can change it and be like, you know what? We've decided that what we're telling you by Discord is what goes now. Whatever, they can change it. So you never know where they could send your notice. By Twitter, those tweets were the notice, right? The tweets were the notice. That's why they feel their oats to put these things out here on Twitter, is because they're allowed to give you that notice. In most American contracts, you're required to give physical mail, or the parties will agree for specific emails and specific ways to contact people. Notice is very important. The fact that they do this is really bad. This contract is designed to prey on young impressionables looking for fame. It's sad, and out of any reason to assume most Niji talents are pretty young and probably don't know anybody. Yeah, this is probably the most serious contract they've signed in their lives. This is probably the biggest thing they've done in their life. And they're doing this not knowing what the hell they're agreeing to. They're just signing it because they're like, this is my chance. Any color screams indentured servitude. You're saying it. McDonald's will pay you. It's tough. It's tough. Tomahawk says, in a sense, Niji can, in theory, send an amendment that they can contractually tell the talent tweet as normal, and they checkmate any change they want to make. Sure, they can tell you to tweet, and then if you tweet without agreeing to that amendment or whatever, or objecting to it, then you've agreed to it. So yeah. Is the Even Star Express still up and running? Yes, the Pony Express is still running. I'll have Rima on soon. I agree the contract seems pretty predatory. It's pretty interesting. Notified by photograph. Someone's paying attention. They notify you on an account they took over. No, they could though. They actually could. They could. That's true. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Can me in the chat go over this tomorrow? Yeah, sure. You can clip and go over what I'm doing tomorrow if you want. If you want to review my 4-hour stream, you can do it. You feel free. Assignment of this agreement. Party B shall not assign, transfer, create security on, or otherwise dispose of a status under this agreement or rights or obligations to a third party without consent. This is normal. Normally contracts. So for once, this is normal for Niji. You are not usually not allowed to transfer it without prior approval. That's actually normal. So if you transfer it to a third party, party A may transfer its status, under this agreement, and party B will be deemed to have agreed to the transfer. So party A can transfer, but party B can't. That's honestly not too non-standard. Also, what's up to Rima in the chat? I see you. I see the ponies in the chat. The horse emojis are coming soon. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right. Exclusion of antisocial forces. Now, this is super Japanese, and this is something we don't have in English. So calling stuff antisocial forces. So each party represents or warrants that is currently not an organized crime group. So Nijisanji is any color is warranting it is not an organized crime group. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because after this contract, I'm not confident anymore, right? A group affiliated to organized crime, a group that carries out activities that are contrary to public welfare or other antisocial forces, right? Oh, man. So you're not anyway linked to gangsters, anything else. And if you are the party, this can be terminated, right? If it's discovered you're linked to the Yakuza, any other thing, you can be terminated. I am not a crook. I have a feeling that after the stream, Niji will be in shambles. Yo, this is eye-opening. Yeah, I'm going to try to get some clips out here, and hopefully you guys can review this and clip this. You are allowed to clip this as much as you want. Go right ahead. Please do get this word out there. Get this word out there because Niji doesn't want you to know. For the chat, the Yakuza are legally formed groups. Well, the relationship between the Yakuza and the government and the industry in Japan is complicated. We'll say that. See, Andrew, totally sus. Trust me, we're not criminals, says every innocent person ever. No, guys, this is probably a required provision in Japanese contracts. So they just put it in there. To be fair, I'm being really fair here, guys. I'm not trying to like just dunk on Niji because you guys want to dunk on Niji. This is probably a required clause. So it is what it is. Severability, also, this is standard. Every contract has a severability clause in it. So this is something, once again, these clauses probably legal. So I think somebody asked earlier what clauses would stay in. These clauses will probably be fine. Severability and antisocial forces are fine. So in the event that any of these terms and conditions are decided to be invalid or unenforceable pursuant to the Consumer Contract Act or any of the laws or the like, the remaining part, which is decided invalid or unenforceable, shall continue to be effective. So if you get one part of the contract invalidated, the rest is still validated. Severability means you can sever out parts, that parts can be deleted and the contract is still valid. So if this, for example, if let's say this thing got all struck, right? So like what do we do here? What is it? Strike through, right? So let's say they strike this, the rest of the agreement is still enforced. That's severability, okay? That is severability. Delete this. Delete. Whatever. Let me undo that. Undo. There you go. Cool. That's severability. Very common. Very, very common. All right. Surviving provisions. So this is fucking crazy. And this is totally not enforceable. This document, so survival is the concept that certain things are going to last beyond the life of the contract. Let's zoom in here a little bit. It's pretty much every single provision. Let me do this. What was it? 275 maybe. There we go. That's good. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, guys. The contract is terminated, but they want the entire contract to survive. They want the entire contract to survive. Article 1, Article 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 21, 24, 27, 29 through 31. The entire fucking contract? No, not in America. Maybe in Japan. I don't know about Japan. That shit's not happening. That's ridiculous. Like, so the contract is gone, but we're still under contract. Not that much. It's too much. Come on. The entire no. 2 or 3 provisions maybe. But the entire contract except for Article 2, Article what, like 6 through 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's more articles that survive than that go away. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 out of 31. 17 out of 31. No. Come on, man. Like, get real. Like, come on. No. Individual agreement. Oh, we're not getting to governing law yet. Okay, guys, don't read ahead. Don't read ahead. You're not permitted to read ahead. Bad chat. Bad. All right. Party A and Party B shall conclude an individual agreement when deciding matters in this. In the event an individual agreement is executed on the provisions that shall apply into matters not stipulated in the individual agreement, blah, 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 can liquid this agreement. The provisions of the individual agreement shall take precedence. So I guess they can have a separate agreement that can supersede this agreement. So there's possibility. So what this provision does, what the individual agreement provision does, is it allows it allows them to come to separate agreements that supersede this agreement. Now, wait, hold on. Someone said, Andrew, if you read notice article 24 backwards, it's party B to A, not A to B. Article 24. Let's go back there. From party B to party A regarding this assignment. Yeah, okay. So you're right. So when party B is talking to party A, they have to talk in the way that they want to. Yes. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. Very good point. Thank you so much, Crimson. So very much thank you for that point. So the point that Crimson pointed out is party B to party A. So they're prescribing the way that party B, meaning the liver, has to talk to party A, any color, not prescribing it the other way. But you would assume that if they prescribe the method, Crimson, that they're going to use that to contact you. So the presumption is if they're telling you, for example, to contact you on Instagram, let's say, that they're telling you that you need to contact them via Instagram, that they're going to contact you via the same one. I think it's an assumption because they don't need to worry about themselves. They're not trying to restrict themselves. They're trying to leave it up to them on how to conduct their business. But good call. Good call. Good catch. You guys have really good eyes. You guys are very sharp. Very sharp. You guys are definitely not.
Fighting monkey とかさ。
Definitely not. I would never call you guys that. All right, let's get the governing law. The governing law of this agreement shall be the laws of Japan. It is the laws of Japan. And the Tokyo District Court shall have the exclusive jurisdiction when it comes to this dispute. Now, here we go. And here's where I'm going to probably get clipped. It's okay, though. So, typically, with a breach of contract, typically, yes, with breach of contract, you go to the venue that is stipulated in the contract. Typically, yes, with breach of contract. The real problem is, hashtag I'm not a Japanese lawyer, but I'm talking about international law, right? When you're dealing with international contracts, which I have dealt with international contracts between the US and other countries. And it is very true that typically you go to that. However, full stop. That's with breach of contract. When you go to labor disputes, and this is clearly an employment agreement and a labor agreement, you typically will go to the venue in which the person is conducting the work. The work is being conducted not in Tokyo, not in Japan. So regarding a labor dispute, the labor dispute would be outside of Japan, despite what this says. But the contractual, like a breach of contract, might be, and they would assert, and then surely Niji would try to argue it would be in Japan. But the labor dispute for an employee would be in the worker's jurisdiction, not the company's. And any good lawyer would argue that. Any good lawyer would argue that. Any lawyer that's like even awake, unlike the $7.50 party BB Nijisanji lawyers, right? And they are going to have a damn hard time trying to come at somebody in Japan. They're going to need to go to that jurisdiction, and they're going to get blown the fuck out. It's ridiculous, right? So, and then matters for discussion with respect to any doubt, party A and party E shall hold discussions in good faith. Well, let me ask you guys this question. Did Nijisanji hold discussions in good faith? Did Nijisanji, regarding any of its livers, act in good faith? I'm asking you that. And I see the answer in the chat. See the answer. Thank you so much, Mesrova Palma, who I know loves how I pronounce their name. What's up, brother? Thank you so much. Turnover rate of 14-31. Not so bad. Not so bad. By reading this, you agree to the contract. I can change it at any time. And so if you cancel the contract, all parts of the contract will still apply. Yeah. What happens if the livers are forced to work in Japan? Well, then Japanese labor law would attach, Japanese law would attach. So if they're working in Japan, the Japanese law will be relevant. Look, I'm not a Japanese lawyer. I don't know whether this is legal under Japanese law. I don't know. I can't give you that opinion. I have questions about it though. And frankly, from a worker standpoint, I don't know. I gotta ask some of my Japanese friends and maybe a follow-up on this. Like I'll try to get in contact with some of those guys and see if they're willing to talk, maybe even off the record, now that I've gone through this. Article 28 has the power to save the contract from death, but not itself. Indeed. Wait, contradiction. Article 28 is not survivable. Oh, you mean the surviving doesn't survive? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. The surviving provision article is not actually surviving. That's actually really funny. Oh, that's really funny. Also, just to see in here, and I just want to put this little last part here so you see it. But at the end here, you see who to contact, any color. Midtown East, 11th floor, 972, Akasaka, Minatoku, Tokyo, Riko Tazumi, representative director. So good old Riku is signing for any color. So that's what we got here with the contract with the document. Really, 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 really crazy, guys. Absolutely crazy. Let me get to, we've got 40 super chats. That's an office, guys. That's an office. That's not a public. It's not a public address. It's the public address. It's not a docs, guys. Calm down. It's an office. It's a company building. Chill your jets, guys. I know what you are. I know what you are.
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
It's the business. Chill the fuck out. 39 IQ in the chat for people thinking that's his home address. It's not. It's the dock of his yacht. Come on, come on, come on. So this a black company is. Are you surprised, foreigner? Gaijin, are you surprised? I can't say I'm surprised, but I'm okay. But it's definitely bad, guys. This is definitely bad. Article 26 doesn't survive either. They no longer promise they're not organized crime. That's funny. Please show us the articles you skipped as well as the later parts that were glossed over in 15. No, I will not. For those. The ones I skipped, it's for a reason. But I'm not going to go back and rewind. If you want to review anything, you can go back. And the things I didn't look at, I didn't look at for a reason. Tankrat says, really need to talk to Maximura or Meme Copium about the contract. Well, I don't know if Meme, who's he's just in Japan. I don't know if you know much. Max might know a little bit more. He's got a lot of experience in business there. He's there in Tokyo, so maybe Max would know. Sent you something on Twitter related to the contract. Oh, okay. Well, I'll look at it later. Sorry, I'm not trying to pull too much during this, but appreciate that. Right. Wait, contradiction. Article 28 is not survivable. Yeah, got that. Is there a public link to this unsigned contract? I'd like to do a bit of research. Nope. I have it individually as a file. And I was entrusted with the document, so I am not sending it to anybody. So just so you guys, like, I have it, but I'm not sending it out. So it's just, I got the doc, you know? Fearin's Arya says, yo, if any Niji livers did not read their contract before, let's hope they're now in the stream because this is depressing to see. Sold their life and sold this. However, I will say this, you guys are free to clip this. You guys are free to do whatever you want with the stream. I will probably clip it at some point, and maybe I'll clip it, and I'm not sure whether I'll make eventually the video members only. I might do that with some of my longer streams. I don't know, but I will definitely clip this one, and I'll definitely make a summary as well. I'm just waiting for the "you must send us your firstborn" to end up in the contract. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Extremely disgusting. Bad Nijisanji. Yes. Sky Renegade says, does the amendment to this agreement count while they were flying, say, from Canada to Japan when they were told to do so by Niji? Yes, if they were told to do so, that does count. So if they were told to do so, we talked about that for travel. There's a travel reimbursement provision. So that is right here. Let me show you this. That's right here, the actual cost. So yeah, that would cover that. That would cover that right there for the transportation when they're told to go to the office or told to fly into Japan. Imagine getting a call from another VTuber while they're streaming and this triggering an amendment. It could. It could. If they said, Doki, you're getting all of your amendments and notices through Alira, that's actually viable. Absolutely. The rest is pretty hardcore. Agreed. Yeah, it's very hardcore. Very hardcore. Phil said, the way I read it, even if replying in company chat can be seen as conducting activity and auto accepting, it could be. It could be. You could get suspended, then accept on amendment. True. Selling your soul to the devil is a better. The devil, listen. I'll bet a fiddle of gold against my soul. I can fiddle better than you. Worst thing you find in a contract, a signature. Oh, that's good. Talon X says, I think we know where Ichi went after the Yamaichi War. They started Kurosachi. No. This is how scammers find victims. They leave obvious red flags and find the most gullible of the people, nor only livers they hire irresponsible. It is irresponsible not to read a contract, and you need a lawyer for this. And do you see why, guys? Do you see why I tell you that it's worth paying a lawyer to read this? Paying a lawyer $100 for this is going to save you from fate-style indentured servitude. I think so. I think it's worth it. The bullying section only referred to the third parties, nothing about within the party until later, but then states they have to settle at their own cost. Yes, the other VTubers implies other Nijisanji VTubers. Black Sheep Boy says, from any NDF watching right now, take note of these because you might actually inadvertently make your liver you support violate this contract. True. And they probably can't talk about the contract. Right? What if they skinwalk your Twitter? They're technically allowed access for the purpose of quote unquote management. So technically they have the ability. Guys, we read the contract. They have the ability to do whatever they want to do. They have full control. There's no brakes on this fucking crazy train. It's there. Chris Kuba says that damn company trying to write in legalese or professional language to make it sound like it's good. I guess the reason why I hate politics. Yeah, it's kind of bad. We notified you through MySpace. Totally possible. Any color of slave is no, Sean. Serious for Raro925 says, with this in mind, what happens if Niji sends notification through email or Discord saying no? If it conflicts, that's actually interesting. They have to pick which one is binding. Even worse, if you don't do stuff because you don't agree to the amendment, you breach the contract by not doing it, don't you? Unless you reject it. So if you reject it, technically it's okay to reject it, but then they can order you to do something like, oh, start streaming right now, and then technically send it to you. And yeah, you're right. You would accept it by doing that. Did I miss something? Is there something outlining Party B's rights to initiate the termination of the contract? No, they really don't have a right to initiate. Let me go back to termination here. So essentially, the Party B, in terms of termination, right? Actually, you know what? I skipped this one, but you know what? I'm going to go back and read this provision. I was on the fence about reading this one, but let's read Article 22, which is effective term. So here it is. Effective term. The effective term of the agreement shall be for 2 years, right? From the date of execution of this agreement. However, unless either party gives notice of the rejection of renewal 3 months before the expiration of the then current term, the agreement shall automatically be renewed, right? Party A may terminate the agreement by notifying Party B at least 3 months in advance. So party A can terminate with 3 months notice, right? Notwithstanding, in the event it's terminated, this agreement shall terminate at that time. In the event the agreement is terminated within 3 months of the date of execution of this agreement due to cancellation, termination, or other agreement, party B has already received the exclusive fee, then party B shall return the exclusive fee to party A. So essentially, you've got to pay the money back, right? So yeah, you're supposed to have 3 months notice here. You're supposed to have 3 months notice here. Supposed to, right? Yeah. So that's the queue, right? I guess if you guys are talking about the queue, the 3 month queue, because you've got to get them to agree to it. That's the problem. That's the rub here, guys. You've got to get them to consent to it. If they don't consent to it, it's a problem potentially. The more I see you dissect the contract, I can't tell anymore if there's a real contract or a twisted satire of a contract. This is cartoonishly evil. It also, like, part of it, I think, is the translation. I think there's a part in the translation, but part of it is just tough. Like, even if the translation is weird, it's harsh. Talon X says, I made the joke exactly 5 minutes ago. After the Yamaichi War, we know exactly where Ichi went. Yeah, I got you, bro. Let's get through them in chronological order here. But welcome as a new member, Cyrix and Bob Gregory. Thank you for the 5 Legal Mindset membership. Thank you for helping out and getting everybody the emojis, the Discord access, the members only content. Appreciate y'all. Stardachi says, how is this legal? According to Article 10, they confiscate Party B's personal property that was owned before to accepting the contract if it was used in performance as part of the contract. Yeah, there are those provisions that just contradict. And once again, guys, I didn't draft this. And to be honest with you, you'd be surprised. There are a lot of shitty contracts out there, and you'd be surprised how many contracts contradict. This happens all the time. People get lazy, they get sloppy, they don't read them, they don't pay attention, they're contradictory, they don't make sense. This is very common in contracts to have fuck-ups. But Nijisanji's seems like it's got a lot. And part of that can be from translation. Nick says they don't even get a little Pokeball to live in. Not just streaming any activity. So if you send out a tweet, you're ducked. Yes, a tweet, just like going to the company Discord and sending a message, could be activity. Lee says, have you seen Socks VTubing? A new agency being put together by a fork of cows? Might be worth poking them to see what kind of contract they plan to use. Any tips on how to prepare a proper VTuber contract? I think make it as equal as possible, make it as amenable as possible, and don't be a dick who is completely controlling your talent. Let them do what they're going to do. And you can have disclaimers of liability, but if you do that, you can't control them like that. If they want to get out of liability, you can't control them. If you want to be liability free, you cannot control them like an employee. If you want to control them like an employee, you get employee-like liability on yourself as an employer. If you want them to be an independent contractor, they cannot be your slave. Hayden says, I just got here. Where did this blah, 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 blah come from? Is this actual contract? Yes. It is not signed, but every indicia of reliability, that's a very legal term there, but it's very reliable, right? Both the source and everything we read checks out, right? Like, so reading that, it definitely checks out. So just so you know, like, I think it's very reliable. I'm going to protect my source, though. Yakuza probably have better contracts, perhaps. Terrifying that people assign contracts even remotely is bad. It's pretty bad. They can notify you on social media, they themselves, and mark it as spam without noticing. That would technically help. That would technically count. Mr. Ed has a Pony Express delivery for Rima. No, Rima. I need like a Rima pony clip. Okay, guys, challenge. Email me a reaction that's like good for the Pony Squad, the pony delivery for Rima. We need a reaction for the Pony Squad, because otherwise I gotta make gotta make something up. I don't know what to do, or just
What the fuck?
Louise says, I just hope that it's not common as a Japanese contract, because if it is, then Jesus Christ, poor Japanese people, they'd be modern day slaves. Look, I know Japanese company life is tough, but it doesn't have to be unequitable. And there's Japanese labor law. Look, I'm not a specialist in it, but I assume there's some protections for Japanese workers out there. I like the Spike Man says, actually looking forward to socks made by a meme maker who is not a fucking monkey or a degen, maybe an NA base. It's going to be a cleaner phase. Oh, cool. I look forward to seeing that new agency pop up. Bendago channel says, hypothetically, what happens if a liver reacts to an amendment via a method that also constitutes a VTuber activity? They've accepted the amendment. Wonder if the typical of JP, most contracts, I don't know. I can't tell you. I actually can't tell you. Now, it's not typical in America. In America, this shit would be wild. This would be laughed out of court. Luli Lafette says, most contracts in the world are like this. They'll play, if you don't want to sign, there will be others. It's depressing. You end up jobless. Now, that's the approach to contracting. Now, the language will be different, right? But the approach to contracts from a corporate setting is, is definitely, you got to sign, right? You've got to sign. There's no negotiating. Right? They put the contract in front of you and say, sign this. You want to work at Walmart? Sign this. Right? And that's what happens. Hayden says, yes, protect your source. So just asking if it's a credible source that supplied it. Very, very credible. And I'll have to go back and watch. Yes, abso-freaking-lutely credible. Absolutely credible. Question is the surviving section surviving? Does that mean none of the stuff is supposed to survive? That's for a judge to decide. Honestly, if it was me, I would throw it out. It's kind of hilarious. But to me, I think the surviving provision is thrown out because it's too broad. It's overly broad. You can't have almost the entire contract. 17 out of 31 clauses. That's unreasonable. Not Batman said, thank you for covering this. I feel like my IQ is increasingly 39 points. Thank you. I try, guys. I'm trying to elevate the conversation, the level of conversation that we're having, the level of conversation for this sphere. I hope that I've been a net positive for the VTubing community. I hope to give more to the VTubing community by making the conversation more professional. And I hope to allow people to make better decisions. I hope that young VTubers will review this, and that people will clip my channel and it'll come out and people will come and say, this is what I need to think about when I'm signing a contract. I hope it helps people. I hope it saves people from getting into bad situations. I really do. I really genuinely believe that, because I don't want people to get into situations where they're fucked. That is disgusting. It's horrible. And I don't stand for it, because if you love your talent, look, I know people love Nijisanji, but if you really love your talent, you don't want them to sign a shitty contract. Okay. It's better to be indie than to sign a shitty contract. Okay. It's rough. It's rough. But yes, thank you, Not Batman. Appreciate you. Matt said, did they specify what channels the talents can use for company matters? If so, there's no way for Pilot to refuse this. They control what you do and where you do it, so they can tell you what to do. They can say, like, you have to use X, Y, or Z. They can dictate that to you. I'm more entertained watching this than the ESPN. It's like ESPN, like with like law violations, right? You know, like, it's just crazy. It's like, if you're a referee calling shots, you know, people can disagree with the referee, but the law is the law. I like that everybody else is calling out that Article 28 does not survive. Yes, indeed. What is this? Dante's Inferno? It goes deeper. Notified by soap drawing in your bathroom mirror. Article 6, Clause 1 is double spaced. The surrounding isn't. That was copy pasted badly from somewhere. I'm thinking Google Translate or something. Thinking Google Translate. Wait, they didn't include 28. That means we get to uphold the others because it isn't. Checkmate. Yeah, a judge would look at that and be like, what? The only way a liver can get out of this contract is for someone to trick Riku into giving them a liver, a sack, a liver, a sock, or any other article of clothing. Harry Potter reference. I got you. That wizard game. This is why Niji wants a talent to move to Japan, as a talent's home country labor law doesn't apply. Yes. This is a very good point. This has been fun stream to watch. Nice to see how some of this, these international things explains why I'm moving to Japan, not just for Niji. Yes. You could have to put this through text to speech or narrate over the program. Maybe put it in Doki Bird's voice. Really sting Nijisanji watching this. That would be a good edit. Thank you. Tankrat says, off topic, Murphy resurfaced on Twitter last with the same business model, but different area of the economy. Oh my God, Jack Murphy's back. Okay, that's a separate topic. Ditzy says, I see why would anyone sign this sentiment, but not all the talents who signed this were probably in a position to negotiate. I know they weren't, but you never have to sign. You can be indie. I know you won't be as big, but you won't be a slave, right? You won't be a slave, right? Abiko Yaki says, somehow this thing is not under NDA for some reason. It's just because Niji effed up the NDA to make the stream possible in the first place. Yeah, I mean, Niji's Niji. Kabukai Kimono says, hey, nice avatar. It's almost like a real flesh human. When are you going to show off your real face, though? You're an anime girl, right? Yes, I'm actually really an anime girl. Yes, it's true. Love the referee joke. Totally not a biased take, I swear. Unjust for Seedy said, you could say the surviving clause is too broad. Out of curiosity, what sections on a normal non-evil clause? Oh, great. Something like a non-compete. You might try to make a non-compete apply. You might also do something like other confidentiality stuff, protection of IP, ownership of IP, stuff like that. Intellectual property stuff. That's fair. Those provisions are fair. That's like 3 or 4 provisions, maybe 5 max, not 17. Rin says, yesterday my cousin dropped the I'm a bad guy for being against her husband, Vox, and said we can't be friends. Note, she's 17 and young. Tried to explain, but she won't budge. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Hopefully she can like get educated at some point. But listen, I'm not trying to take your husbando from you. What I am trying to do is say your husbando is being abused. Let's you know what? I'm going to do this. And I know what you guys are saying. And look, I know some of you are of the sentiment that,
Yes, ancient women. Any woman that is physically above the age of 13 is ancient.
but look, this applies to the hags, this applies to the bros, this applies to the anime girls of all ages, all types of waifus. Let's say you love your Nijisanji liver. You're literally, somebody said in the chat, it's like a battered spouse or like somebody who's being abused or taken care of, or like they're being exploited, right? So if you care about them, wouldn't you want them to be taken care of, right? What's real care for them? Is real care to want them to be all right? I'm just saying. Ask yourself that question. Almost 8,000 in the chat. That office looks like it's going to get a lot of letters. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Giving you your walking papers while writing it on the wall in your own blood. Sigh. Jay says, how do people usually force foreign companies they work with to settle labor disputes at the living place? This is the problem, Jay. And thank you for the 25 Hong Kong. They don't. This is what happens. It's too costly for them to litigate. They're not going to litigate. So you just go your separate ways. The only reason why they would come after you is if it is such a big, if it is so big and so profitable and so great for them to come after you. But frankly, they don't have much incentive. What's the incentive? There's no big incentive, Owen J says, sorry for not relating to the topic. Niji announced their stock selected at loan margin trading issue. What do you think? I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I honestly have not looked into that. My friend just emailed me. My friend just texted me in Japan who says he's gonna blah 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 blah. Oh, he's having lunch with a really big person in the entertainment group. That's interesting. Yeah, so very interesting. I know a lot of folks in Japan. Willie says, I asked earlier on stream and it was off topic, but I know how bad any color putting their stocks on the loan margin trading. Last one studied ages ago. I'm not an expert in trading. I'm a legal expert, not a financial expert. So, but it sounds bad, right? I don't know though. I haven't I haven't done that. New notice regarding selection as loan margin trading. So this is, I guess, what you guys are talking about. And like, let me pull this up real quick so you guys can see this. It's from Reddit. Document has been translated from Japanese. So any color hereby announces its stock, which has been selected as standardized margin trading issue on Tokyo Stock Exchange, has been selected as loan margin trading issue. The selection will be made on March 6th and be effective. The company believes selection of its stock as loan margin trading will promote improvement of stock liquidity and supply-demand relationship and will contribute to active trading and fair pricing. Oh, so they're claiming that their stock is not being fairly traded. Oh, okay. That the price is not fair. All right, Nijisanji. All right, buddy. Last order says, thank you so much for your coverage and all you've given so far. Your streams have been incredibly informative and shed much spotlight on the company's supportive nature. Thank you. And frankly, my intent was not to harm Nijisanji. It's not to get there the facts. The facts are just against Niji, right? It just doesn't look good for Niji. JDN says, never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, or Vox Akuma. What do you... Oh, come on. Guys, JDN. Can't get me to read that. That said, I think today's contract reading is more than negligible. I think that the contract reading is more negligible. That said, did not get me on that one. That said, appreciate all of you guys here today. Make sure you've smashed the like button. Make sure you guys have liked the stream. Make sure you guys share it out, clip away. If anybody wants me to come on their stream and talk about this, I'm willing to come on the stream. I will not be sharing the document. So you can clip away, but it will not leave my hands. So that said, hope you guys really, really enjoyed this and had a great time. Shout out to everybody on Locals, on Rumble as well, the 150 of you over there. We had a great turnout today, and it's been amazing. Let me read these two. Is Rico Tazumi one of the people who believes the myth that everything is okay if you do it over international waters? Is that what the yacht is for? Maybe. And Cicada Cat says, should Lightverse graduate as soon as possible? If Niji lets them, get in the queue, right? They've got to get in the queue. Guys, thank you so much. We'll be back later. Let me leave you with, you know what? We'll leave you with a clip. We'll do a little Florida crocodile.
Maybe I have a chance.